This was because Chen Zhongxi realized that the other party's strength was not as terrifying as he had imagined. His confidence instantly increased greatly. Luan Juanhao's face became gloomy and twisted. In the past, he was just an ant in front of him. Now, he could actually fight to a draw with him. His heart was filled with pain. Back then, he had been injured by Gu Feiyang's palm on the Snowfall Peak in Xianxia Palace. It was not a serious injury. However, that palm had not only injured his body, but also his self-confidence and self-esteem. His heart of martial arts was on the verge of collapse. Save me! Save me! Palace Master! Palace Lord! These 10 people are all dead. Treat their injuries and let them go. Yes. However, this person's origin energy is in a mess and his meridians are tangled. He's already in chi deviation. Even if he survives, he'll probably be a cripple. A cripple? No, I don't want to become a cripple. Palace Master, please save me. As long as you can save me, I'll do anything. Your heart of martial arts has already collapsed, and you need an immortal pill to stabilize it. Even so, it all depends on your luck. The price to save you is too great. Please, I beg you, Palace Master, please save me. As long as I don't become a cripple, I'm willing to be loyal to the Divine Cloud Palace's Lao AI forever. When her thoughts returned, the past had already become smoke and clouds. That greatest enemy had also fallen in the Tiandang Mountains. Luan Juanhao felt a sense of loss. After his cultivation was restored, the first thing he did was to find the other 9 people who had participated in the Battle of Xianxia Palace and kill them all, because he wanted to erase his past, erase his humiliating past. Luan Juanhao regained his senses and looked at the former ant in front of him. He said coldly, "Do you think that you can compete with me just because you are also peak 9 stars? How childish!" As soon as he finished speaking, the sleeves on his body flapped, and streams of origin power shot out like a strong wind, turning the world gray. In the sky, a yellow sand-like cloud layer surged and changed its shape in the sky. It was either a dragon or a phoenix, and in the end, it condensed into a huge hand. There were countless palm patterns on his palm that rippled like water, dazzling the eyes. After the giant hand condensed, it slowly descended from the clouds. The yuan power in the area became frighteningly restless, and everyone felt unusually suppressed. Even though they were 10 miles away, they still felt a wave of discomfort. Many people flew up and retreated several miles away again, afraid that they would be affected. Chen Zhongxi's eyes were wide with anger. He suddenly opened his hands to the left and right, and the Tai 5 elements smoke net suddenly straightened. It turned into a huge circle with a radius of a few hundred feet. The essence force inside was surging, and countless runes were surging around the round ball. Ignorance is fearlessness. Luan Juanhao sneered and formed a seal with both hands. The huge hand in the sky suddenly surged with boundless yellow light, illuminating the world. Great Ganji's palm imprint. Crush him. Die. A loud shout was heard, and a golden light flashed in Luan Juanhao's hand. The countless palm patterns in the palm in the sky gathered and formed an eternal river that transcended time and space. It was as if time was silent and it had stood eternally in the world since ancient times. Boom, boom, boom. The palm fell, and the world collapsed wherever the palm wind passed. Chen Zhongxi's face was flushed red. Rays of green light flew out from his body and gathered around him without dissipating. He suddenly clapped his palms in front of him, and a vast power rippled out from his palms. The entire round ball let out a buzzing sound. The Tai 5 elements Yanluo seemed to have been activated to the extreme, and it kept bursting out a dazzling light. A suit of armor slowly formed around Chen Zhongxi. The armor was formed from illusory light and continuously transformed into a human. In the end, it grew into a giant green spirit that was 30 meters tall. The veins on Chen Zhongxi's forehead were bulging. It was obvious that he was also going all out. He clenched his hands in the air, one at the front and one at the back. Bolts of lightning crackled between his hands. As for the green giant spirit, it raised its hand and a pitch-black spear appeared between its two hands. The spear was filled with spiral-shaped green patterns and a terrifying weapon essence was released. Chen Zhongxi roared. His face contorted into a ball, and the blood vessels in his body expanded to the extreme. Earth Fiend Shadow Armor Spear. The Black War Spear rippled in the air and suddenly stabbed out. The spear pattern expanded and charged at the primordial 5-element smoke net barrier, welcoming the great Ganges palm print. Bang! The two terrifying forces squeezed together, instantly turning the world upside down and shattering mountains and rivers. The people in the distance felt a mighty force pouncing on their faces. Many people were directly sent flying and vomited blood on the spot. Even a master like Hu Mingri was shocked and showed extreme fear. The ultimate battle between the two peak 9-stars martial emperor powerhouses caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack, and the sun and moon to lose their light. Yunxiao, who was hiding in the void, also felt his chest being unusually stuffy, as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, and he could not breathe. His expression was grave as he looked towards the two ultimate moves. At this moment, he was completely gone, and there was only a blinding aurora. There was no distinction between superior and inferior, no distinction between life and death. Under the gaze of the moon eye, the two forces were still in a stalemate within the aurora of the strange phenomenon. The so-called blinding auroras were the spiritual pressure from the confrontation between the two ultimate moves, which exploded into countless photons and shot out. On the plain thousands of miles away, the octagonal copper mirror trembled violently. The light on the mirror surface was like autumn rain falling into a pool, and the water in the pool was wrinkled. Han Junting's expression changed slightly. She cast an incantation into the mirror. The mirror light stabilized for a moment. Then, with a bang, the incantation was shattered and the mirror became chaotic again. Is this the power of a peak 9-star? Han Junting's eyes widened. She looked into the distance in shock. There seemed to be dark clouds in the distant sky. Grandma Sunflower's expression was also grave as she said, "This place is 1,000 miles away, but I can still feel the yuan power fluctuations that are spreading over. This kind of power is too terrifying." Bang! The octagonal copper mirror let out an explosive sound, and the ripples on it disappeared. The mirror light was also extinguished. Han Junting was shocked. She waved her hand and grabbed the mirror. After checking it carefully, she put it away. Grandma Sunflower said, "The mirror couldn't withstand the power of the fluctuation. It disappeared on its own. Should we go and take a look?" Han Junting shook her head and said, "We'll only cause more trouble if we go there. Let's just wait here. I believe that he will most likely be able to return." After she finished speaking, she sat cross-legged in the air and began to meditate and cultivate. After Chen Zhongxi and Luan Juanhao's ultimate moves clashed for a while, they finally began to crack. The cracks on the sphere formed by the sand-like hand and the Tai 5 elements Yanluo became wider and wider, and more dense. Finally, they shattered. Boom! A destructive power spread out in all directions, and the entire world fell into darkness. The light of the impact, which only had two forces left, poured into the endless dark sky. The people in the distance felt the huge force pressing down on them again. The few people who were seriously injured before were knocked unconscious on the spot. Their bodies involuntarily flew up and fell far away. Yunxiao sucked in a cold breath in the void as well, and in a flash he had traveled 100 miles in an instant. Terrifying elemental energy fluctuations spread out in all directions, and no one noticed his actions at all. He stood alone in the distance, his eyes turning into the color of the moon. He carefully observed the center of the soaring energy, and joy flashed in his eyes. This earth-shaking power, even if the two of them had extraordinary strength, they would still be seriously injured. The best situation would be for both sides to suffer heavy losses, so that he could fish in troubled waters. From the center of the explosion, a ray of green light suddenly shot out and instantly flew in front of the people of the 10,000 Treasures building. It was Chen Zhongxi. His face was deathly pale and his eyes were wide open. He spat out a large mouthful of blood on the spot. "Great Elder!" Everyone in the Myriad Treasure Tower was taken aback, and a few people hurriedly went forward to support him. Chun Zhong, she pushed Katongguang's hand away and shouted with all his might, "Chase! Hurry up! He's escaped! Don't let him escape!" Chun Zhong, she seemed to have used all his strength to say these words. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted on the spot. Hu Mingri was shocked. He shouted hurriedly, "Dashi you take care of the Great Elder. The rest of you, follow me." Everyone in the 10,000 treasures building looked at each other, unable to move their feet at all. Li Feiyu immediately understood everyone's thoughts and said in a deep voice, "That person's strength is on par with the Great Elder's. If the Great Elder is injured to this extent, that person must not be in a good state. Any martial emperor could easily get the divine sword back. That's right. Whoever disobeys will be punished according to the sect rules." Hu Mingri said seriously. His eyes flashed with a sharp look. Only then did everyone's spirits lift. All of them rushed into the sky and turned into dozens of light rays before flying away. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed in the distance, as if he had discovered something. He pondered for a moment and teleported away. With a few flashes, he disappeared into the night. A few hundred miles away, there was a desolate mountain range. A few demonic beasts that had been sleeping in the mountains suddenly woke up. Their eyes widened and their hair stood on end. As if he had encountered something terrifying, his entire body began to tremble. "Oh woo!" The few powerful demonic beasts let out a long hiss in fear and instantly turned into a stream of light to escape, not even caring about their old nest. CSI. A few flames suddenly appeared in the barren mountain, illuminating the top of the mountain. The flames spread out in a circle, and the space within them began to shake violently under the light of the flames, becoming extremely unstable. A pale and powerful hand suddenly reached out from the void, followed by an entire arm, half a body, and finally a complete person. It was Luan Juanhao. However, he was covered in blood at the moment. Even his eyes were bleeding. His injuries were extremely serious. His face was extremely gloomy. He looked around and slowly landed on the mountain. He took out a few medicinal pills and swallowed them. Cough, cough, cough. The moment he swallowed the elixir, his injuries were aggravated and he coughed out a few large mouthfuls of blood. 10,000 treasures tower. I'm definitely going to get back at him. Luan Juanhao gritted his teeth and made a vow. Then, with a wave of his hand, he extinguished the flames and hid in the dark forest to regulate his breathing. Thousands of miles high in the sky, Yunxiao looked down at Luan Juanhao silently. He used to be a hero of his generation, but now he was in such a miserable state. Time was like a butcher's knife, withering many heroes. He sighed with emotion and formed a hand seal with both hands, striking out a seal in the air. The seal flashed and turned into a boundless golden light. It suddenly enlarged in the air like a lotus blooming. A beam of light shot down from the lotus flower, illuminating the entire mountain range where Luan Juanhao was. Who is it? Luan Juanhao was shocked. His eyes were like lightning in the dark night. He looked sharply at the sky, but all he could see was a dark night. Other than the huge lotus flower, there was no other figure. At the same time, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. There was a huge light screen on the lotus flower, which clearly projected him and the surrounding environment. He was just short of writing Luan Juanhao is here directly. Over there. It's over there. From the distance came the cries of martial artists. In an instant, countless lights appeared on the horizon, and dozens of powerful auras crossed the sky. Who is scheming against me? Luan Juanhao's face was livid, and his injuries, which had just recovered a little, worsened even more. His eyes were full of murderous intent. However, in just a few breaths' time, the sky was filled with dozens of martial artists, including many who came to watch the fun. The experts of Myriad Treasure's store and the silver-armored guards slowly descended from the sky. Each of them had cold eyes, but most of them were cautious. Everyone knew how dangerous the person in front of them was, so they didn't dare to get too close. Even when he was at the end of his rope, it was still extremely dangerous. Lord Luan, you're also a powerful expert who once commanded the world. Why do you have to make things difficult for us? As long as you hand over the Excalibur, we will immediately turn around and leave. Hu Mingri said seriously. Luan Juanhao snorted heavily and said, If I wanted to take it out, I would have done so earlier. It's impossible now. If you're not afraid of death, come over. His shout scared everyone so much that they took a step back. Ha! Is the Myriad Treasure Tower all like this? Luan Juanhao's face was full of sarcasm. Hering gave the people around him a look and said coldly, Since your excellency is so stubborn, we'll have to experience it. Whoosh! His saber flew out, and he suddenly held it in his hand, slashing down. In an instant, countless saber shadows crisscrossed, densely connected together, like a net of sabers. At the same time, the rest of the people also made their moves. The green jade ruler in by Su's hand expanded to 100 feet in size in the air. Like a beam of moonlight, it shot out from a distance. On the other hand, a sword radiance flashed on Kutongguang's body, and 3 giant swords appeared. They formed a simple 3-talent sword array and slashed out in succession. The silver-armored guards also raised their swords and formed a formation. Countless silver sword talismans surged up, spinning in the air and slashing down towards the center. Everyone worked together, and all kinds of light illuminated the world. The entire mountaintop couldn't withstand such power at all, and more than half of it directly collapsed with a bang. Luan Juanhao's entire body also landed, but his expression was not what he should have been looking at, and he appeared unusually calm. His eyes, which were filled with killing intent, suddenly became bright and cold. Hu Mingri caught a glimpse of his eyes and he was shocked. He shouted, Not good! Be careful! Humph! A group of ants dares to have ideas about this lord. The aura on Luan Juanhao's body rose to the peak of 9-star instantly. A surge of majestic power surged out. Just the boundary formed by the condensation of essence energy blocked everyone's moves. How is this possible? Kutongguang's face twisted as he exclaimed in shock. How can you still have such great power? Bai Ling suddenly gritted her teeth and said, Everyone, let's go all out. It's impossible for him to still have his peak strength. Otherwise, why would he need to escape? He must have activated some kind of potential. Hu Mingri's eyes glinted as he said, Well said. As long as he can survive this, he will die. The rest of the 10,000 Treasures Buildings people were also greatly shocked. They attacked with all their might, and the force pressing on the air barrier increased by a few points. My friends in the sky, please lend us a helping hand. We will reward you handsomely, Li Feiyu shouted. The people in the sky looked at each other, but no one was willing to make a move, because no one was stupid. Humph! The prerequisite is that you can survive. Die! Luan Juanhao roared and formed a seal with both hands in front of him. Instantly, thousands of rays of light surged out from his body, and a power that could destroy the world burst out. Sun corrosion wave explode. Luan Juanhao's expression was cold as his thin lips moved slightly. The people of the 10,000 Treasures Tower were all shocked, and a chill rushed up from their hearts. The power they had blasted out was crushed like rotten wood. Bang! 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 All the lights and profound-level weapons were knocked away. Everyone was unable to move under the pressure of that mighty force, and they could only watch as the force crushed over. Boom! The entire mountain range was filled with light, and the people of the Myriad Treasure Tower were completely annihilated. The cultivators who were watching the show in the sky retreated in horror. The 3 experts of 10,000 Treasures Tower were the first to bear the brunt. Their weapons were all sent flying, and the huge force rushed into their bodies. Bai Kuei and Kutongguang's internal organs were directly shattered, and their bodies turned into ashes. The armor on Hu Mingri's body also shattered. He roared madly and blood flowed out of his 7 holes, but he still stood in front of them. The silver-armored guards were smashed into pieces. All their armors exploded, and more people died from the shock. Li Feiyu, who was standing quite a distance away, was also spurting out a large mouthful of blood. His face turned pale and his entire body instantly withered. That pair of unreconciled eyes slowly closed, and he directly fell from the sky. Among the spectators in the sky, Chun Feng furrowed his brows and finally moved. In the next instant, he appeared below and grabbed the unconscious Li Feiyu. Huh! After Luan Juanhao's attack, the origin power on his body surged, and the space around him twisted and rotated. He was stunned as he stared at Chun Feng. Chun Feng suddenly felt as if he had been locked on by a wolf. He was so frightened that he roared, "Run!" He threw out a few escape talismans in the air. The space slightly shook, and his and Li Feiyu's figures blurred. In the next moment, they appeared several hundred meters away. Liang Yui also turned into a ray of light and chased after him. She held her long sword in the sky and was extremely vigilant. After a while, Chun Feng and Liang Yui finally heaved a sigh of relief. They turned around and did not dare to stay any longer, immediately fleeing. Humph! Humph! Luan Juanhao snorted coldly. He swept his gaze across the sky and looked at the spectators. Everyone trembled in fear, and after a few shouts, they fled for their lives. The whole world became quiet in a split second. In just a few moments, the entire mountain range had been completely changed beyond recognition. An extremely terrifying deep pit had appeared, and the entire mountain range that extended for thousands of miles had been destroyed. Luan Juanhao did not relax. Instead, he looked into the sky and said coldly, "Who was the one who schemed against me just now? Come out." The sky was silent, and there was no response. Luan Juanhao's face was full of anger as he shouted, "You have the guts to scheme against me. Don't you have the guts to meet people? Coward!" He shouted a few times and cursed a few times, but he still didn't get any response. He knew that the person was hiding very deeply and would not be provoked out. He stomped his foot fiercely and said angrily, "Don't let me find out who you are." He turned into a ray of light and was about to escape. Boom! Suddenly, the sky trembled, and a dazzling green ring of lightning appeared. It suddenly grew larger, covering the sky, and pressed down on Luan Juanhao. Humph! Rat! Fuck! Luan Juanhao cursed. However, his pupils shrank as he watched the ring of thunder stars descend. He didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly raised his hand, sending a palm wind over. Boom! The lightning star ring suddenly exploded under his attack, turning into endless lightning that streaked across the sky. A few extremely thick lightning bolts were like heavenly dragons that surged over. Damn it! Luan Juanhao was shocked. He reached out and grabbed in the air. The space was instantly pulled into shapeless shapes, like a piece of cloth being kneaded in his hand. A ray of green light appeared in his palm, and he pushed it forward. Boom, boom, boom! A spatial storm immediately swirled out, drawing in the infinite power of thunder and scattering it in all directions. Who is it? Come out! Luan Juanhao's face was extremely gloomy. Although they had only exchanged one move, he already knew that the newcomer was not simple. Sir is indeed a peak expert, to actually be able to hold on until now. An indifferent voice rang out not far away. As the space trembled, Xianxia's figure slowly appeared. As soon as Luan Juanhao saw this person, he was shocked by his youth. At the same time, a strange feeling welled up in his heart, as if he knew the person in front of him. He couldn't help but be shocked. Who are you? Have we ever met? When he asked this, even he himself felt strange. He had clearly just come out of seclusion not long ago and had definitely not seen this person before. Why do we need to know each other when we meet? Yunxiao said, "As for my name, you don't need to know it. You can just hand over the Star Destroyer." Haha, what big words! Luan Juanhao was so angry that he laughed. Where did this brat come from? You want to snatch my things? Call your family's adults over. Yunxiao raised his eyes and looked at him quietly as he said, "Lord Luan, there's no need to pretend. In your current condition, it's impossible for you to escape from me. Which is more important, your life or your sword? I believe that Darren is a smart person." Luan Juanhao's body trembled as he shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? However, he felt a chill in his heart, because the other party's eyes, which were as clear as lake water, gave him a bad feeling. In the battle with Chen Zhongxi, Yunxiao said, "At the last critical moment, Your Excellency used a doppelganger talisman to take a lot of the impact on your behalf. That's why you have the opportunity to kill the people of the myriad treasures store here." He turned his gaze and looked down at Hui Mingri, who was still standing in the sky. He could not help but sigh. Hu Mingri had already lost his life, relying on his Tao energy and martial intent to keep himself standing. "You have saved more power than I expected. Otherwise, I wouldn't have watched them die," Yun Xiao said with a sigh, and a trace of self-blame flashed in his eyes. "Humph. Stop being so hypocritical. Weren't you the one who caused these people's deaths? Is it fun to cry like this?" Luan Juanhao flicked his sleeves and laughed coldly in disdain. "You really know how to talk nonsense," Yun Xiao said in surprise. "Heaven and earth can bear witness to this. You were the one who killed them just now, and yet you can blame it on me. I don't think you're cultivating the great Ganges palm, but the great face of the Ganges. If you didn't lure them here, would they have died?" Luan Juanhao scoffed. Yun Xiao sneered. "I'm afraid you've been planning to lure them here and kill them all this time, sir," he said. "I'm afraid you've already planned this. I didn't think of this before and thought that you were seriously injured and had hidden to heal. Now, it seemed that he had completely prepared to ambush them. I'm just pushing things forward. However, how much peak 9-star power do you have left at this moment? By my estimation, even if I were to use my full strength again, it would be at most an intermediate 9-star power." Luan Juanhao's heart trembled. The other party's estimation was not wrong at all. However, he still looked calm and sneered. "You can try, but even if it's an intermediate 9-star attack, can you withstand it?" "How do you know if you don't try?" Yun Xiao said. "I'll try." Luan Juanhao's face darkened, and he said ferociously, "Brat, do you really want to die?" "The more nonsense you talk, the more confident I am," Yun Xiao said with a faint smile. "You're courting death. Die." Luan Juanhao shouted angrily. He put 2 fingers together and formed a seal in the air. A circle of yellow light retreated from the 2 sides of the incantation seal. The incantation seal burst out with sharp starlight, and the space with him as the center suddenly collapsed with a bang. Luan Juanhao's feet seemed to be stepping on a black hole, reflecting his ashen face. A terrifying power surged in the black hole. Under the starlight, the seal split into 2, 2 into 3, and all of a sudden, it gave birth to 9 seals that shone with golden light. As soon as the 9 seals were released, Luan Juanhao's murderous aura soared to the sky, and his robe fluttered in the light of the seals. As if he was a judge, he made a seal with his hand and shouted, "Sacrifice your life for your ignorance. Sun Corrosion, wave 9 seals." The 9 golden seals trembled slightly and released countless energy ripples at the same time. They spread out in the air like dense spider webs. The power of the ripples was like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea. They could clearly be seen gathering in his hands and condensing into a point. Bang! Luan Juanhao swung his arm and suddenly blasted the power of the G seal out. Boom! The entire dark sky was blasted open, and the vast universe instantly expanded under this vast power. Golden vortexes spread out crazily and rushed toward Yun Xiao. "What?" Yun Xiao's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "This power is so strong." He didn't have time to think carefully. His body suddenly turned into lightning and expanded. His round green face was filled with anger as he grabbed the hammer and smashed down. Boom! Wherever the hammer hit, a ray of green light seemed to be flattened, shooting out countless thunder patterns and instantly turning into a ring of thunder stars that burst open. Boom! The ring of lightning stars instantly expanded to several acres in size, sweeping across the sky and crashing into the layers of golden vortexes. Boom! What? Yun Xiao's body trembled, and the azure thunderbolts that filled the sky shattered with a loud bang, turning into lightning bolts and disappearing into the dark night. Although the golden ripples had become much dimmer, they continued to spread without any reduction in power, covering the entire sky in an instant. Under the impact of the golden light, Xiao coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura became extremely weak. He didn't dare to stay any longer, turning into a bolt of lightning and fleeing. Juanhao's face darkened. He wanted to attack again, but a sharp pain came from his body, and the serious injuries in his body were pulled out. He grunted and could only watch as the other party escaped. At this moment, a strange light suddenly appeared in the dark night ahead. The light flashed and disappeared like a meteor in the night sky. When it brightened again, it was directly above Xiao. If one looked carefully, they would find that the shooting star was actually a sharp and fierce sword beam, which slashed at Xiao with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of soldiers. Ah, don't! Xiao's face was filled with horror as he let out a long and shrill howl. He wanted to stop the sword chi, but it was too late. Swish! The sword chi broke through his protective emperor chi and instantly cut him in half. Blood splattered all over the sky. Xiao's eyes were filled with disbelief and despair as he slowly fell from the sky. Luan Xinghao, who was watching from a distance, was shocked. He had a bad feeling. In this endless night, God knows how many experts were hidden. Who is it? He shouted in anger. Come out. His powerful voice spread out, but there was no echo. It seemed empty and powerless, just like his current state, strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Ha! Ha ha! I didn't expect to get rid of that guy so easily. Ha ha! As if not hearing Luan Juanhao's angry shout, a voice in the sky laughed out loud. A talisman appeared out of thin air and burst into flames with a bang. The space around them trembled slightly, and two young faces were revealed. They were Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu. Luan Juanhao's entire body trembled, and he revealed a look of disbelief. The two men in front of him were just like the man who had just been killed. They were both very young, but their strength was extremely extraordinary. What's going on? Had the heavenly martial arts realm changed? How come every single one of the younger generation has such terrifying strength? When he thought of Han Junting, he could not calm down. The age and strength of these juniors did not match. Could it be that some kind of extremely powerful secret cultivation technique has appeared in recent years? While he was lost in his thoughts, Zhou Chu burst into laughter. I told you, he said smugly. That kid is just an undeserved name. Killing him is easy. Qin Chuan frowned as he looked at the place where Xiao was killed. He sniffed a few times, and there was still a faint smell of blood. Although it seems reasonable, I still feel that something is wrong, he said with a strange expression. Wrong? What's wrong with that? That kid was injured by Luan Juanhao and fled in a panic. I managed to sneak an attack on him, Zhou Chu said disapprovingly. It would have been wrong if he had been able to escape from that situation just now. Killing two birds with one stone. He grinned hideously. Not only did I take care of that idiot, but I could also get the Star Destroyer sword. Luan Xinghao's face darkened and he became extremely vigilant. His eyes were full of fear. At this moment he was really like a lamp without oil. Any one of the two men in front of him gave him a feeling that it was difficult to win. At the peak of martial arts, his intuition could not be wrong. The atmosphere in the sky suddenly became heavy. An invisible force field between the three of them made the environment abnormally oppressive. Suddenly, Qin Chuan was shocked and shouted, "Not good!" With a shake of his hand, an azure light flashed and turned out to be a treasured sword. The sky was filled with sword shadows like a treasured umbrella. With a whoosh, it opened up and covered Zhou Chu. "What are you doing?" Zhou Chu was shocked. Just as he was about to ask what was going on, an extremely sharp sword energy broke through Qin Chuan's sword energy barrier and stabbed at his chest. A boundless chill rose from the bottom of his heart, and he instantly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. For the first time in his life, he smelled the danger of death. Boom! A blazing light suddenly burst out from his dantian, and countless dazzling scales suddenly emerged on Zhou Chu's skin. Bang! When the sword chi hit the scale armor, it immediately shattered into countless crystal-clear particles. They shone in the dark night and were almost the same size, like pearls. Fresh blood immediately seeped out of the broken piece of scale armor. Eft! Zhou Chu groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Kangwu Qiong's Night Scales treasure robe is on you. TSK, you can live a little longer now. A bleak figure slowly emerged in the dark night. With a cold face, Yun Xiao walked out of the darkness, his eyes shooting out cold stars. The cold sword in his hand glowed like flowing water, like a bright light in the dark night. Why you, Zhou Chu? 2 words came out of his throat, and then he was speechless. The sword chi had directly injured his main meridians, and there was endless coldness spreading through his body. He felt cold all over. Luan Juanhao, who was in the distance, was also shocked. He revealed a look of disbelief and said in shock, "You're not dead." Qin Chuan's face turned extremely ugly. The power of the sword just now was almost unpredictable. Not only did it penetrate his sword chi barrier, but it couldn't even cut through the night scale treasured clothing. He said coldly, "Not only did he not die, he wasn't even injured. The previous losses, injuries, and escape were all an act. Impossible." Luan Xinghao was completely stunned. Qin Chuan stared at Yun Xiao and said coldly, "I have to say, you're a good actor. Your acting skills are really good." Yun Xiao chuckled and said, "Ever since I met Yang Tianhao, I've been feeling that something's not right. It's as if someone is following us, but I can't detect it. There was no basis for that feeling, it was just an instinctive action. You must know that there aren't many people in the world who can escape the detection of my spiritual sense. So you're using invisibility talismans. TSK, how extravagant. So you beat him at his own game and pretended to be no match for Luan Xinghao. You even spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed in such a realistic way." "Ha ha!" Yun Xiao laughed. "I rarely vomit blood. I'm afraid I'm not acting well. That's why I didn't use my full strength when I was facing Luan Xinghao's 9 seals. I let a part of the power enter my body, which forced me to spit out a mouthful of blood. I'm really injured. Hehe. I guess you're dedicated to your work. Humph. For the sake of acting, you've really put in a lot of effort." Qin Chuan snorted heavily. In a flash, he appeared in front of Zhou Chu and began to carefully examine his injuries. Luan Juanhao was completely petrified. His mind was completely blank, and he could not think at all. Although the 9 seals just now only exerted the power of an intermediate 9-star martial sovereign, the move itself was extremely powerful and overbearing. Even if an intermediate 9-star martial sovereign were to come in person, he might not dare to take it head-on. Not only did this young man take the attack head-on, but he also took the initiative to draw the seal light into his body and was injured. This Kasaya, were all the young people nowadays so arrogant and unruly? Not only had he recovered from his previous injuries, but he had also improved by another step. That was why he was able to leave with ease. Even though he had the upper hand in the battle with Chen Zhongxi, he could have gone straight to Han Junting, but he was too conceited to wait for the pursuers to catch up with him. He did not expect such a powerful person to be hiding in the dark. Luan Juanhao's feelings were even more complicated than a mix of emotions. Qin Chuan made Zhou Chu swallow a few pills to stabilize his injuries. Zhou Chu's body was filled with a burning energy. It dissolved the pill and slowly repaired his broken meridians. Purple Heart Spirit Stabilizing Pill? Yun Xiao sneered. TSK. You can be willful when you're rich. For a dying man to be willing to give away such a precious item. Give me this pill and I'll just kill him a moment later. Qin Chuan's eyes were filled with gloom as he pushed Zhou Chu far away. Do you really have the guts to kill Lord Kangwu Qiong's most valued disciple? Hehe. Yun Xiao chuckled. Just now, he wanted to kill me without mercy. Even Kangwu Qiong himself would be sentenced to death, let alone his disciple. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Chuan's face turned pale. He was extremely shocked and in disbelief. Luan Juanhao's heart trembled violently as well. He looked at the person in front of him as if he was a lunatic. He actually dared to sentence one of the 5 rulers of the Holy Region, and it was a capital crime? It was a funny feeling, but the 2 of them couldn't laugh at all. I don't want to fight you today. Qin Chuan said coldly. I'll take Zhou Chu and leave. I'll leave Luan Juanhao to you. What do you think? Yun Xiao stared at him and said coldly, I warned him a few days ago. My patience has run out. Obviously, he did not take it to heart. Therefore, he should stay and use this pitch-black night sky as his grave. You really want to kill him? Qin Chuan's heart trembled. He still didn't believe it. I don't know where your sense of superiority comes from, but your strength is weak. Yet you always provoke the strong. Isn't it just death? There has been no exception since ancient times. Yun Xiao's eyes turned cold, and he disappeared from where he was in a trance. Not good. Qin Chuan's heart sank. He knew that he was in big trouble. Not far away, Zhou Chu opened his eyes. His face was still pale. He was also not used to this. He had never been in such a disadvantageous situation in his life. However, he was still unconvinced. His eyes were full of arrogance and raging anger. Boom! A layer of fire clouds suddenly gushed out of the sky and began to spin rapidly, burning the entire sky in an instant. In the center of the flames, Yun Xiao materialized and performed an incantation gesture. A strong wind whistled up and then was thrown down. Bang! The astral winds exploded in the sea of fire and swallowed the flames in an instant. The rolling sea of clouds turned into a pillar of fire that shot into the sky and rumbled down from the 9 heavens. The power of the entire sea of fire was poured into the pillar and was constantly compressed, forming an extremely hot energy. Quickly opened, and the entire space shattered. Under the fierce fire, cold sweat seeped out of Qin Chuan's forehead. The sword in his hand spread out, and a cold light bloomed. The sword chi flew in the sky and turned into a cold blue sword shadow. Each sword aura turned into a sword talisman and finally condensed into a huge sword shape in the sky. Go! Qin Chuan shouted as he waved his sword. The sword shape soared into the sky, stirring up millions of sword waves. Its boundless cold color shook the world as it faced the fire cloud pillar from a distance and fiercely collided. Boom! The sword light pierced into the pillar of fire like a roaring dragon. The sharp sword light shot out from the pillar of fire, turning the red sky into an azure blue. Eh? Yun Xiao sighed in the void and said, The 1,000 Shadow 9 Mysteries Sword. When Qin Chuan heard this, his entire body trembled, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. This sword had been passed on to him by Black Universe Protector. At this moment, it had yet to be unsealed, and there were only a few people in the world who could recognize this sword. Who are you? Qin Chuan's face was cold as he gritted his teeth and asked. Hey! Yun Xiao just chuckled and did not answer. After the sea of fire was washed away, a bolt of lightning flashed. Qin Chuan's expression turned cold. He held his sword and stabbed to the left. Swish! The dark night was split apart by the sword ray. Dang! The crisp sound of profound level weapons clashing rang out in the darkness. At the end of the 1,000 Shadows 9 Mysteries Sword, Yun Xiao's figure appeared with the cold sword in front of him, his eyes shining with surprise. You can catch my movements? He's really not simple. Humph. Are you trying to flatter yourself? Qin Chuan's wrist flicked, and the sword suddenly burst into a cold blue light. Sword talismans began to rotate around the sword. Boom! A terrifying sword intent burst out of the seal like a violent beast, and the aura alone pushed Yun Xiao hundreds of feet away. Not bad, you're quite something. Let me see how much you've learned from Black Universe Protector. Yun Xiao's face darkened as he stretched out his hand, and a fist-sized ball of thunder appeared in his palm. The ball of lightning spun rapidly, and countless lightning patterns floated on its surface. Fierce lightning bolts shot out one after another. A golden light shot out from his palm and slowly touched the surface of the ball of lightning. Suddenly, he clenched his 5 fingers and instantly pinched into the ball of lightning. Boom! The surging power of thunder suddenly spread out, as if heaven and earth had exploded, shaking the entire universe. The entire pitch-black sky suddenly turned bright green and was completely enveloped by this green light. Not only did Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu's expressions change drastically, but even Luan Juanhao, who was standing in the distance, was also shocked beyond words. The green light covered the sky in an instant. In this environment, the three of them immediately felt an extremely strong pressure and discomfort. Luan Juanhao swallowed with difficulty, and his throat made a gurgling sound. He said with difficulty, "A world of its own, the power of the elements, a world of its own. Is this young man really only in his 20s? Yunxiao slowly raised his eyes. He could sense every single change in the Thunder world. It was a wonderful feeling. Although it was not as easy as the one in the Divine Realm tablet, he was still the king of a region, the master of a domain. I have learned this move for the first time. I hope you will accept it," Yunxiao said lightly as he flicked his finger. With a flash of green light on his fingertips, 2 lightning dragons descended from the sky in an instant. Before they could take form, they instantly blasted toward Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu's heads. Qin Chuan's figure moved, and the long sword in his hand shook. Suddenly, a sword light cut through the suppression of the Thunder world, and he moved a few feet in the air, dodging it. Although Zhou Chu was injured, he had only been injured once by a sword. Under the effect of the Purple Heart Spirit stabilizing pill, he had already recovered 20 to 30% of his injuries. He then used his origin power to form a chi wall and covered his damaged meridians so he could basically move without any problems. As soon as he saw the lightning dragon, he shouted angrily and grabbed forward with both hands. A pair of 2-handed halberds in his hands bloomed with golden circles that spread out to both sides. Then, he brought his halberds together in front of him. With a clang, all the golden rings of light instantly merged into one, forming a dazzling trajectory that slashed toward the Thunder Dragon. Boom! The lightning dragon that had yet to fully form was split into 2 by him. Zhou Chu's aura rose and a golden light appeared behind him. He raised his eyebrows and roared, "Go to hell!" The 2 halberds formed a seal in front of him, and with a loud bang, they turned into countless mighty halberd shadows that filled the sky and slashed at Yunxiao. Like a meteor shower, they left long trails in the green Thunder world. "Interesting. No wonder you dare to provoke me time and time again." Yunxiao sneered and reached out his hand. With a thought, layers of ripples spread out from his palm. The sky in front of him became chaotic, and countless ripples collided with each other. Luan Xinghao's expression was ugly, and he shook his head slightly. Even though he was heavily injured, his eyes were sharp enough to know that Zhou Chu's efforts were futile. Boom, 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 boom. When the halberd shadows landed on the thunder shield, the space trembled and all kinds of thunder patterns were thrown into disorder. But they could not hurt Yunxiao at all. Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly as he snorted. Then, he performed an incantation gesture with his other hand, and a demonic cloud emerged behind him, immediately transforming into a true fiend Dharma idol. The true fiend Dharma idol's face became extremely clear. It opened its eyes, and its gaze was like lightning. He raised his hand and grabbed at the air. The phantom of the Agama bone cleaver appeared in his hand, and he slashed it down at a certain spot in the Thunder world. With a flash of the blade, the entire Thunder world was instantly split open, leaving an extremely deep crack. At the end of the crack, Qin Chuan's figure appeared. Other than shock in his eyes, there was also a trace of ruthlessness and calmness. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. He kept performing sword techniques with both hands, and the Thousand Shadow 9 mystery sword kept spinning in front of him, filling the sky with blue sword shadows. All of a sudden, a vast and mighty force erupted from the sword, causing the entire space to tremble. Qin Chuan's body seemed to have sensed something, and a vague shadow appeared on his body. It seemed to overlap with his body, and the true appearance could not be seen clearly. The phantom raised both of its hands high, and the Thousand Shadow sword flew up with a whoosh, as if it had landed on a sword rack. Countless blue sword talismans were flying around him. Qin Chuan's face could no longer be seen clearly, and only the surging sword force could be felt. Luan Juanhao swallowed with difficulty again, his eyes full of shock. These juniors' strength was so powerful that it practically wanted to destroy his martial Dao confidence. He was once an unparalleled genius, but in front of these 3 people, He was completely rotten fluorescent light, competing with the sun and the moon for brilliance. De Qian's sword technique 9 heavens and 10 earths crisscross. The sword talismans around Qin Chuan's body suddenly froze. A cold and grave expression was revealed from the azure sword light. His eyes were like stars as he stared ahead. Boom! Countless sword talismans began to spin rapidly again, all of them entering the 1000 Shadow 9 mystery sword that the illusory figure was holding high. Suddenly, with a loud clang, the sword soared into the sky and split the entire green thunder realm. Qin Chuan's entire body was covered by the azure sword light, and it was completely hazy. The surrounding thunder world was no longer able to withstand this level of sword intent, and it shattered to pieces on both sides of the sword light. The thunder world was formed by Xianxia's divine ability of Thunder Tiger and Fire Leopard. It had the shape but was far from the power, so it could be called a small thunder world. The shadow of the Handao condensed in the air and shattered with a bang when the sword light hit it. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he immediately felt the horror of the sword. Zhou Chu also knew that this was a critical moment of life and death. He gritted his teeth and combined his 2 halberds in front of him, instantly turning them into a huge golden halberd. He raised it high. Golden patterns rippled around the halberd, and endless evil energy spread out from it. It seemed to have sensed the power of the 1000 Shadow 9 mystery sword. Under the pressure, it exploded with a terrifying power. Zhou Chu's face was pale and his entire body trembled under the halberd. The power he had unleashed had already exceeded his current limit. The sword wound in his body was on the verge of breaking. He didn't dare to accumulate any more power. He suddenly formed a seal, and a force pulsed in his palm like a heart. He turned his palm and slapped out. A dazzling golden light flew up, and an ancient Maha character bloomed and flew into the halberd. Swish! The golden halberd spun in the air and instantly expanded to 1,000 feet in size before it slashed down at Yunxiao. What? Yunxiao was horrified. He had seen the ancient character of Maha very clearly. In addition to the powerful weapon essence, the rules of the ancient character also surged in the halberd. The two merged with each other, and the power of the halberd kept rising. He also realized that he had underestimated the 2 people in front of him. His eyes flashed and his body immediately turned demonic. Circles of demonic runes appeared and covered his body. His hands quickly formed a seal, and circles of lightning surged, illuminating his face. The entire thunder world trembled and he retreated 100 kilometers in an instant. Boundless lightning gathered in his palms and with a boom, they turned into lightning stars that revolved around him. Then he grabbed the hammer, and the ancient Maha character of the Law of Thunder flew out. Countless thunder patterns danced in the sky, and his entire person seemed to be covered in a pocket-sized thunder world. Suddenly, a dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. A mini dragon shadow appeared on the hammer, circling around it. It grew bigger and bigger, and finally, it stretched its neck and let out a long roar. Yunxiao performed an incantation gesture, and with a flash of lightning in his hand, the thunder dragon flew out. At this moment, in the sky, after the phantom of the Agama bone cleaver was shattered, the true fiend Dharma idol's pupils constricted. It made a hand seal and transformed into a 3-headed and 6-armed Dharma idol, with a huge ring of fiend aura spinning around it. He raised his 6 arms, and suddenly, the shadows of 6 weapons fell and were thrown in front of him at the same time. Boom! A black cloud of stars appeared, and the shadows of the 6 paths of MO weapons floated within. The true fiend Dharma idol's 6 eyes opened in different forms, and its 6 arms rapidly formed hand seals, sending out devil seals. Star cloud explode. The countless black imprints surged into the nebula, and a terrifyingly vast power surged up to meet the endless blue sword radiance. Qin Chuan's heaven-shaking sword pierced through the air, directly piercing into the nebula. Boom! The entire sky exploded, and the void was filled with a terrifying power. The true fiend Dharma idol was unable to withstand the immense force of the nebula explosion and collapsed layer by layer. An ear-piercing sound of a weapon rang out. The terrifying energy fluctuation layer was suddenly split apart, and a sword ray shot out. The Thousand Shadows 9 Mysteries sword turned into a huge sword and slashed down with a blue light. At this moment, the Azure Lightning Dragon also collided with the halberd. The two forces exploded in the air and two vortexes appeared with a rumbling sound, clashing with each other. Two golden powers floated up from the vortex and turned into two completely different Maha-ancient characters, each representing a law. Bang! The two Maha-ancient characters suddenly shattered, and a golden light flashed through the sky like a flash of lightning and instantly fell. It was the giant halberd. Although its power had been greatly reduced, it was still abnormally sharp, enough to sweep through everything. A sword and a halberd appeared in Xianxiao's pupils. He closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, they were filled with a dazzling golden light. He raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. Wind, fire, thunder, devil, and all kinds of lights turned into star rings and spread out, intertwining to form a blazing white light. With a gloomy face, it blasted towards the two profound level weapons. What? The three of them were shocked and their eyes widened. Luan Juanhao even rubbed his eyes, afraid that he was seeing things. Such a peerless weapon could cut through hair and kill with a single touch, but this kid was actually going to fight it with his bare hands? Although the power of that punch was indeed shocking, it was too much of a joke. Boom! The azure sword fell, the golden halberd slashed, and Xianxiao threw a punch. Boom! The terrifying power exploded upon contact, causing dazzling light to burst out on the spot, blinding everyone. It was as if a sun had appeared, illuminating the endless night as if it were day. Qin Chuan and the other two closed their eyes due to the piercing pain. When they opened them again, the extremely dazzling light hung in the air. The terrifying power rippled out layer by layer, and they could not see anything clearly. Is he dead? He should be dead, right? Luan Juanhao muttered to himself. The battle between the three of them had already been deeply imprinted in his mind, and he would never be able to get rid of it. After his return, his originally exuberant ambition suddenly disappeared without a trace. Any one of the three people in front of him would have achievements far beyond his in the future. Not good. Suddenly, Qin Chuan's shocked voice came from the sky. A blue sword light shot out from the aurora, followed by a halberd. Qin Chuan's body was almost deformed in horror, but he made a prompt decision and disappeared from his original spot in a flash. His hand suddenly stretched out in the air in front of him and grabbed the Thousand Shadow 9 Mystery Sword, then disappeared again. The next moment, the space around Zhou Chu shook and Qin Chuan appeared. He grabbed Zhou Chu and shouted, "Let's go!" Before Zhou Chu could react, he caught the halberd with one hand and his body trembled. The huge force of the halberd was directly transmitted into his body, instantly tearing open his injury and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. The halberd's light became extremely dim, and a low woo-woo sound could be heard. He raised his head in horror and saw the aurora slowly spread out. He looked inside. Inside, there was a blurry shadow, but it could be clearly seen that it was walking forward step by step, gradually becoming solid. Zhou Chu and Luan Juanhao both sucked in a breath of cold air, and their minds were in chaos. Qin Chuan had only sensed Xiao's power from the sword just now, but when he saw Xiao in person, he could not help but be shocked and almost lose his Dao heart. The illusory figure gradually revealed its face. Its entire body flickered with golden light, and demonic patterns appeared on it. Its eyes were as vast as the stars, and it was staring at them coldly. How is it possible, Ingluo? How is it possible, Ingluo? The three of them were filled with fear, their faces pale and powerless. Xiao turned his head and glanced at his right arm, which was covered in blood and had a terrible wound. The blood flowed out and was reflected by the golden light and the Mo matrix into a golden and black color, extremely demonic. Qin Chuan and the other two were shocked, and Xiao was just as shocked. With his current physical strength, he could even crush a 9th-grade lightning beast with his bare hands. However, he was injured by the joint attack of the two of them. Moreover, The sword and the halberd were shot out after breaking his thunder art and true fiend Dharma idol, which showed how powerful they were. Let's go. Qin Chuan regained his senses from the shock and grabbed Zhou Chu, dragging him away forcefully. Humph. All of you can stay. Yunxiao's eyes also shone with a golden light as he disappeared from where he was, leaving only a golden flash behind. In the next moment, Qin Chuan and Zhou Chu's escape lights were blocked by a huge force. Dozens of long swords appeared above the two of them in an instant. Each sword was like a stream of water as it came down. Swish, swish, swish. More than 20 long swords instantly stabbed into the night sky, trapping the two of them inside. The surging sword intent surged up like a wave. At the same time, the sword diagram appeared in the sky. Qin Chuan's heart sank. He was also an expert in the way of the sword, so he could naturally feel the power of this sword array. Moreover, those 20 long swords were all 9th-tier profound armaments. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't dare to believe it. Qin Chuan, quickly leave. Don't worry about me. Zhou Chu's eyes widened and he pushed Qin Chuan away. He seemed to be determined to die and shouted, I'll block it for you, you should leave quickly. Qin Chuan's eyes narrowed and he said in a cold voice, What are you doing? Let's go together. A trace of cruelty flashed through his eyes, and his black pupils slowly emitted blue light. Zhou Chu immediately noticed the change in him and said in surprise, Qin Chuan, you ran. Nonsense. Qin Chuan's shout seemed to have an irresistible majesty. Then, he suddenly roared towards the sky, and the 1000 Shadow 9 Mystery sword once again began to hum. The sword intent expanded limitlessly. The blue light in Qin Chuan's eyes grew stronger and stronger, reflecting the azure sword chi. What? Yun Xiao was taken aback, and his face darkened. He shouted in the air and cast a sword incantation. The talisman formation above the heavenly sword illustration instantly transformed into tens of thousands of sword auras that suddenly slashed down. The sky was filled with a dense rain of swords. This was a real sea of swords. Spirit Shadow 1000 Blades. Qin Chuan shouted coldly. The 1000 Shadow sword rippled out, and an azure-colored sword chi gushed out. In an instant, a sword barrier was formed, blocking the rain of swords. Bang! 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 Countless sword lights slashed down and landed on the sword barrier, causing countless ripples. But they couldn't break through. Yun Xiao was greatly shocked. Qin Chuan's strength was clearly at its peak before, but why did his blue eyes seem to have improved a little in this strange state? Yun Xiao's primordial energy was also greatly depleted, so he was somewhat unable to control the million sword illustration. Humph! Qin Chuan let out a muffled groan, and his face was also illuminated blue. As if he had seen through Yun Xiao's weakness, he waved his sword, and the power of an enchantment immediately gathered on the tip of the sword before he slashed out. Bang! 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 Countless sword shadows were shattered by this sword. Within the million sword formation, a path was instantly split open. Qin Chuan sheathed his sword and stood upright. With one hand holding onto Zhou Chu, he stepped out. Impudent! Who allowed you to leave? Yun Xiao roared in a deep voice. At the end of the sword map passage, a golden light flashed between Yun Xiao's eyebrows, and the divine realm tablet shot out. The golden ring of light circulated around the steel, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a huge mountain that pressed down. Boom! The vast blue light around Qin Chuan's body was suppressed by the power of the world. His entire body froze, and he could no longer move. Boom! The divine realm tablet fell several inches, scattering the blue light. Zhou Chu was hit by a huge force. He couldn't help but spit out more blood, and his face was full of fear. The sword force in his body worsened again. The main meridians that had been repaired burst open, and the wound spread in all directions. Li Yun Xiao, you've gone too far. What? Qin Chuan was shocked and furious. He roared, Must we fight to the death? I don't have time to waste on people with bad memories. Yun Xiao said coldly. I'll leave you here forever. His hands quickly formed seals, and golden characters entered the divine realm tablet one after another. The power of the world turned into circles of light that rippled and completely suppressed the two of them. Zhou Chu spat out another mouthful of blood. The Night Scale's treasure robe on his body was also activated, automatically protecting his body and emitting a faint light. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in Qin Chuan's eyes, and his expression was determined. He extended his long sword and held it upright in front of him. There was a blue light floating on the sword, which turned into sword circles and shot out. The thousand-shadow sword trembled in his hand, and a prismatic light shone, breaking all the light apart. Instantly, it turned into 9 colors of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Ancient tree under the moonlight, with 1,000 shadows of the sword, as human as jade. Forget all the 9 mysteries, and all the 9 realms. May I ask what color, taste, shadow, sound, interest, and state? The 9 rays of light merged into one, and a white light rose up. Under the moonlight, it looked down on the surroundings. A vast and mighty force crossed over from the sword. It was solemn as it cut through everything. Yunxiao's body trembled, and his eyes shone with horror. The power of the sword was like the vast universe, endless. 10 directions, divine skill. His heart trembled as these words flashed through his mind. That kind of grand and solemn might was like his divine eye technique, vast and boundless. Boom! Under the divine realm tablet, the mighty force collided and the void cracked. As the two forces intertwined, the force that was restraining his body dissipated. Qin Chuan's face was so pale that it was almost transparent. He made a hand seal with one hand, and Zhou Chu's figure suddenly became blurry. However, that pair of azure blue eyes became increasingly clear, like the stars in the night sky, and also like a peerless gem. After the suppressive force was broken, Qin Chuan took Zhou Chu, who was almost unconscious, and disappeared into the sky. Boom! The sword force disappeared, and the divine realm tablet once again condensed its power to suppress it, shattering the sky. The golden rings spread out, illuminating Yunxiao's gloomy face. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao recalled the divine realm tablet and the northern heaven cold star soared into his body. Then, his figure blurred, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Luan Juanhao and reached out to grab them. Hand over the divine sword, Luan Juanhao trembled. He wanted to make a last-ditch struggle, but his body was completely suppressed by Yunxiao's emperor aura, and he could not move at all. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. A hero of his generation, a peak 9-star strong man, had actually fallen to such a helpless state. A tiger would be bullied by a dog, and a phoenix would be worse than a chicken. But the only thing worth rejoicing was that the other party was at least a peerless genius in the past 10,000 years. Dying at the hands of the younger generation was not considered a loss. Suddenly, a wisp of green smoke appeared out of thin air and turned into a walking stick, which then knocked on the back of Yunxiao's hand. The pupils of the two men contracted, and their expressions instantly changed. Yunxiao's fingers immediately turned into empty claws as he turned his hand over to receive the blow from the crutch. Bang! The two forces shook in the air, creating a vortex that disappeared in a flash. Under the impact of the two forces, Luan Juanhao was forced back a few feet. He could not help but spit out blood, but his eyes were full of joy. Head shopkeeper! He yelped in shock as two figures appeared in the air. They were Han Junting and Grandma Sunflower. Thank you, Lord Luan. Han Junting nodded. That's what I should do, Luan Juanhao hurriedly said. Han Junting nodded slightly, then turned to Yunxiao and said with a smile, "Number 1 in the world, invincible among his peers. His reputation is well-deserved." Yunxiao's face was gloomy as he began to adjust his aura in secret. "You guys have been hiding in the dark?" Han Junting's face was filled with regret. "It's a pity that I'm late." They only saw Qin Chuan displaying the 10 directions divine skill, which was incomparably brilliant. "I'm really remorseful. I should have been more shocked before, right?" Yunxiao's face was gloomy. He did not know whether Han Junting was telling the truth or not, as he had no time to care about anything else during the battle with Qin Chuan. What he was most worried about was that the other party would see through the origin of the sword formation. However, the Heaven Sword picture was a peerless cultivation method even in Xianxia Palace, and it was difficult for ordinary people to see it. What, young Master Yun doesn't seem happy to see this old man? Han Junting said coldly as the smile on her face disappeared. I can't think of anything that makes me happy to see you, Yunxiao said. I didn't expect Lord Luan to be from Star and Moon School. If Myriad Treasures Store knew about this, I wonder what would happen. Han Junting sneered. Young Master Yun, you're still threatening this old man. Her eyes flashed as she changed the topic. I've heard that a second wood spiritualism once appeared in Seawood Town, and it fell into young Master Yun's hands? Yunxiao's heart stirred, and he immediately understood the other party's intention. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Han Junting smiled faintly and said, I really like the second wood spiritualism. If it's in young Master Yun's hands, I hope you can part with it. If not, then young Master Yun is lying to this old man. Ha ha ha. Are you saying that I have to hand it over whether it's in my hands or not? Yunxiao laughed. Am I right? His eyes were full of mockery, as if he was looking at a fool. Han Junting blushed and coughed awkwardly, but she still nodded and said, It's so convenient to talk to smart people. Yunxiao's face darkened, and his eyes gradually turned cold as he said in a cold voice, But I don't like to talk to self-righteous idiots. Han Junting seemed to have expected this and said, Young Master Yun, are you rejecting my proposal? It's not just a rejection, Yunxiao snorted. If you weren't a woman, I would have slapped you long ago. Impudent, Grandma Sunflower shouted in a deep voice. She threw her walking stick in the air, causing ripples to form. Her body emitted a surging origin power fluctuation. It was clear that she was ready to attack. Han Junting, if you're really a smart person, hand over the planet destroyer. Yunxiao did not even bother to look at her. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Han Junting as he said coldly, Otherwise, I'll make you regret it. Han Junting's face turned cold and she snorted, Li Yunxiao, don't you think you're being too arrogant? If you were in perfect condition, I might be a little afraid, but now. Her eyes were full of confidence, as if victory was already in her grasp. Head shopkeeper, he's stalling for time, Grandma Sunflower said in a deep voice. There's no way we can make up for his losses in such a short period of time, unless we have something that can instantly restore his elemental energy. Han Junting laughed in disdain. But we haven't gotten the item yet, so it's better to be careful, said Grandma Sunflower. Yes, Granny is right. I'll have to trouble you then, Han Junting said seriously, her face gradually turning cold as she stared at Yunxiao. Ha. Don't worry, head shopkeeper. Let this old woman test this kid's strength first. I will definitely not be disappointed. Grandma Sunflower laughed out loud as a gloomy look flashed across her face. She picked up her walking stick and walked over step by step. With every step he took, the elemental energy ripples under his feet would ripple more rapidly. Yunxiao's head ached as he thought about it. If he released the experts from the Divine Realm tablet, he would definitely win this battle. However, he was not sure about Han Junting's status in Xianxia Palace, but he was sure that it was not low. If he killed her rashly, how would he explain it to Chu Hongyan in the future? However, if he didn't kill them, he would either expose the secret of the Divine Realm tablet or be in trouble. Humph! Kid, aren't you very arrogant? Why do you look so pale? Grandma Sunflower sneered. It's no wonder. When death is near, no one would be happy. With a strange laugh, she lifted her cane and sent out a strong gust of wind toward Yunxiao. A ripple appeared in the air, and a strong gust of wind was extremely sharp, making a piercing sound. She had used almost all her strength in one move, not holding back in the slightest. Yunxiao's face darkened, and his figure flashed like a bolt of lightning. However, the other party's 9-star Emperor Cheese Pressure sealed the heavens and locked the earth, while he only had 20 to 30% of his origin power left. Under this situation, his escape technique was immediately blocked. Bang! The gust of wind hit his left shoulder and exploded into a golden light, directly blowing up his shoulder blade. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath in pain as he looked at his injuries in rage, the killing intent in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. Haha! The rumors are not true. How come you're so weak that you can't even block a single move from me? Grandma Sunflower grinned hideously as she raised her iron cane again and charged forward. The walking stick created layers of afterimages in the air, which blotted out the sky and covered the earth as it pounced at Xianxia from all directions. Xianxia was prepared for this. He summoned his sword energy and sent out a cold beam of light that cut through the air, breaking the seal with a bang as he transformed into a thunderbolt and fled 1,000 feet away. Han Junting, I'll ask you one last time, are you really going to do this your way? Xianxia gritted his teeth and called out her name. His face was so dark that it was almost dripping with water. Clearly, he had reached the limit of his patience. Han Junting's heart skipped a beat. The coldness in Xianxia's eyes made her feel afraid. However, after careful calculation, he was almost certain that he would win. There was no possibility of the other party turning the tables. We've already said so much. Is there still room for negotiation? Han Junting replied coldly. Her aged face was slightly flushed, making her look like a young girl. Xianxia's face grew colder and colder as he nodded with a gloomy face and said, Since that's the case, there's no turning back. I'll make you regret your decision today. He put 2 fingers together and a seal smacked forward. A golden light flashed between his eyebrows, and the light of the Divine Realm tablet shot out, directly transforming into 2 figures. They were the officials and the evil spirit. As soon as the 2 appeared, their powerful auras instantly pressed down like mountains. The surrounding air instantly exploded with a bang-bang sound, surging in all directions. Ah! This Ingluo, Han Junting, and the other 2 were stunned by the aura. The 3 of them had their mouths wide open and their minds were in a daze. They were completely dumbfounded. Why did 2 people suddenly appear out of thin air? Hee, you should have let us come out and move around a long time ago. TSK. This old woman is so ugly. I want to blow her face up. Haha! The evil spirit held the axe with both hands and laughed wildly. Its huge dragon eyes flashed with a brutal light. You're welcome, Xianxia said coldly. Kill these 3 as you please. As soon as the order was given, the auras of the officials and the evil spirit burst out and soared into the sky. A 9-star martial emperor. Both of them are 9 stars martial sovereigns. Grandma Sunflower's body trembled in shock. The guest and the evil spirit were not ordinary 9-star martial sovereigns. One of them had a peerless divine body, and the other was a descendant of a dragon. Their strength was far superior to those of the same level. Grandma Sunflower immediately felt extremely uncomfortable. The 2 huge pressures made her chest feel tight. A saint artifact. It must be a saint artifact. Han Junting suddenly came to a realization and said, You actually have a saint artifact. Could it be Noah's ship? Luan Juanhao was also shocked at the same time. The series of mental attacks made his nerves numb. No wonder I couldn't sense the second with spiritualism aura from you. It turns out that you've placed it in the saint artifact. Han Junting's voice suddenly became shrill, and she became a woman again. Although the disguise was still on her face, her expression was completely girlish. His eyes were filled with indescribable excitement and shock. All kinds of complicated expressions gathered in his eyes and flickered. Ha! The evil spirit roared and swung its battle axe in the air. Grandma Sunflower was shocked. There was no way she could withstand the mountain-like pressure. But if she did not, she would die. He could only brace himself and wave his iron crutch, shouting to block. A dim light flashed on the walking stick, and he lifted it up in the air. Bang! The walking stick trembled violently. Due to the special material it was made of, it did not break apart. It only snapped in the middle. Grandma Sunflower's hands were also covered in blood from the impact. She was also forced to retreat by the force of the battle axe. Her eyes were filled with fear. Hee, you can't take a beating. It's not satisfying. The evil spirit grinned and said, a few more hits and he'll be dead. He took a step forward with his axe. Grandma Sunflower's face turned pale as she retreated behind Han Junting and said, head shopkeeper, what should we do? Han Junting's heart skipped a beat and she quickly said, young Master Yun, stop. We can have a good talk. Talk? You're playing with me, Ingluo. Yun Xiao's face darkened as he said coldly, now that you know that I have a supreme-grade profound level weapon, there's no possibility of negotiation. You can die in peace. He waved his hand, and a cold aura spread in the air. Aha! I'll leave this old man to you. I'll fight that old woman. The evil spirit glared at the officials. In a flash, it appeared above Grandma Sunflower and chopped down with its axe. Boom! Grandma Sunflower flicked her walking stick and fled 1,000 feet away. She looked on in shock and anger. The guest's face was also cold. He looked up lazily and threw a punch at Han Junting. A few strange formations appeared on his fist, and the sky creaked as it was compressed to the extreme by the fist wind, forming a terrifying black ball. The small ball stirred up a strong wind and suddenly split open. Boom! A tremendous force opened and swallowed Han Junting. Han Junting's body was swept away by the force and she was floating in the whirlpool as if she could not resist at all. However, her expression was one of shock but not panic, and her body was well protected, without any injuries. Yun Xiao snorted. He knew that the battle would not end so soon. In a flash, he came up to Luan Juanhao and said coldly, take it out. Yes. Luan Juanhao's face was filled with bitterness. Hand over the exterminating star sword and can you let me go? You can't tell anyone that I have a saint artifact, Yun Xiao said, so you can't leave. However, if you submit to me, I can take you into the saint artifact. Not only will you be able to keep your life, but your future will definitely be brighter than it is now. He had the intention of recruiting Luan Juanhao. Ha ha ha. Luan Juanhao laughed out loud and said, I'm a dignified peak 9-star expert. I've had enough of being ordered around by others. And now you want me to listen to your commands. Who the fuck do you think you are? His face turned malevolent, and he roared, don't think that you're invincible just because you're in power now. You're not qualified to control me. His eyes were filled with mockery as he snorted heavily. If you want to kill, then kill. At this moment, he had lost all his spirit, and when he saw talented juniors like Yun Xiao and Qin Chuan again, he felt a little dejected. Thinking of the painful days he had been through for the past 20 to 30 years, he suddenly had no more thoughts of living. Yun Xiao nodded and said, not bad. You have some backbone. However, the loser has no right to choose, not even if it's a life or death choice. A golden light flashed between his brows, and he opened his 5 fingers to grab Luan Juanhao. Luan Juanhao dodged in a hurry, but he was seriously injured, so he could not escape Yun Xiao's suppression. He was instantly sucked into the Divine Realm tablet. An ancient black jade ring fell into his hand. Yun Xiao touched it gently, and the brand on the ring immediately collapsed. He scanned it with his divine sense, and his face immediately lit up with joy. Then he looked at the battlefield. The officials and the evil spirit had an overwhelming advantage. It was only a matter of time before they won. He snorted and put away the ring. He sat in the darkness and began to regulate his breathing. Han Junting, who was far away, was getting anxious. Although she was not using her full strength, she knew that she would not be able to win today's battle. Grandma Sunflower vomited a mouthful of blood as she was beaten up by the evil spirit. The evil spirit seemed to be playing tricks on purpose, constantly bombarding her with its big moves, not giving her any satisfaction. It only did its best to torture her, and she kept laughing happily. Young Master Yun, please listen to me. Let's talk this out. Even if I wanted to steal your second wood, I've never thought of taking your life. I'm willing to pay a sufficient price in exchange for today's outcome. Oh? A sufficient price. Yun Xiao opened his eyes, blinked, and said with a hideous smile, You're not referring to yourself, are you? TSK. TSK. Let me tell you, you're not worth much. Woof! What nonsense are you spouting? Han Junting was embarrassed and she shouted, Li Yunxiao, we are all smart people. It's better to cooperate with the Star and Moon School than to be enemies. My thoughts change with the situation, and I believe I can give you a satisfactory price. Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, completely offending me isn't something that can be settled by casually giving me some origin stones. I'd like to see how you can satisfy me. A golden light flashed between his brows, illuminating the entire sky. If you're sincere, then come into my saint artifact. Otherwise you will die. Go! Yunxiao shouted in a deep voice as he looked at Han Junting coldly. At this moment, the guests and officials had already stopped. They crossed their arms in front of their chests and stood in the sky. Han Junting's face darkened as her mind raced. She had been in a defensive state the entire time and had not used her full strength. If she had used her full strength, she had a 70% chance of escaping from the hands of the guests and ministers, but Grandma Sunflower would definitely die. If the guests and the evil spirit joined forces, her chances of escaping would be less than 30%. And with Yunxiao, who was eyeing her covetously, she might not even have a 20% chance. However, if he were to enter the other party's saint artifact to take a look, he would be in danger. She had read a lot of research materials about saint artifacts. There was a world inside, and the rules of the world were all controlled by the Realm Lord. With a thought, he could crush her. However, if he entered the saint artifact, he would become a lamb waiting to be slaughtered without any room for retaliation. What? Head shopkeeper, do you want to choose death? Yunxiao said coldly, his eyes full of mockery. Han Junting gritted her teeth and said, although I'm not afraid of death, I don't want to die like this. Alright, I'll bet on your character this once. I hope you're not that shameless. I lost today because you have a saint artifact, which is unexpected. It is the will of the heavens, and I did not calculate wrongly. A victory is a victory, and a loss is a loss, Yunxiao said with a sneer. The loser always has more excuses. Han Junting's face reddened in embarrassment and anger. She closed her eyes and allowed the golden light to absorb her. Stop fighting, the guest said to the evil spirit in the distance. Young Master Yun is going to negotiate with them. They'll be worthless if you kill them. En Ingluo. The evil spirit responded and kicked Grandma Sunflower's stomach a few more times, causing her to faint from the pain. The disguise on Han Junting's face began to melt away under the golden light of the tablet, revealing her beautiful face. The guest and the evil spirit were all shocked. They looked at it with wide eyes, revealing a look of surprise. Although Yunxiao had seen her before, when she showed up again, he was still moved. He sighed and thought of another face that was just as beautiful. What? Han Junting suddenly opened her eyes and looked into the distance in shock. It was actually countless rays of light flying over. Han Junting was overjoyed. She knew that the person must be from the Myriad Treasure Store or the Merchant Union. The situation had turned for the better. She hurriedly circulated her essence force and tried to break free from the golden light's restraint. Yunxiao's face darkened. Since you're here, let's take things as they are. He shouted. Come in. He formed a hand seal and a light bloomed from his forehead. At the same time, he struck out with his palms and hit Han Junting's protective Emperor Qi. Han Junting's body trembled, and the struggle that she had just mustered up was instantly shattered. She looked over in shock and anger, but suddenly, her mind went blank, and then she felt a sharp pain. It was a spiritual attack. In just a moment, when she recovered, it was already a blue sky and white clouds that had been absorbed into the Divine Realm tablet. Yunxiao breathed a heavy sigh of relief and looked at the light that was flying toward him from the distance. His eyes narrowed for a moment as he cried out in surprise. It's him? Not good. Let's go. The officials, the evil spirit, and Grandma Sunflower were also absorbed into the tablet. His body moved and he turned into a bolt of lightning to escape. Stay behind. A loud shout came from the distance. Then, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and an extremely terrifying aura came from the sky. Boom! A ring of thunder stars rippled out of Yunxiao's body and shattered the pressure. Then, he teleported a few times in a row and was now thousands of feet away. Then, he turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared into the horizon. Humph! A loud and furious roar came from behind him. In the blink of an eye, a shadow rushed out from the many rays of light. The escaping light all over its body turned crimson red, and its speed increased several times. 3 days later, in a remote small city tens of thousands of miles away, suddenly, a thunderbolt flashed in the sky, and Xianxia's figure appeared. He landed in an empty corner of the city without attracting any attention. At this moment, his face was extremely pale. It was obvious that he had used up too much energy. He looked around with some lingering fear before letting out a long breath. The one who had chased him before was a strong man from the 10,000 Treasures building who had been in seclusion for a long time. It was rumored that this person had long passed away, but unexpectedly, he was still in the human world, and his strength was getting more and more unfathomable. Fortunately, his lightning evasion technique was unparalleled in the world, and he only managed to shake off his opponent after 3 days and 3 nights. With a sweep of his divine sense, he could sense all the movements in the small city. The strongest person in the city was only a 3-star martial emperor. Moreover, he was getting old, and his real combat strength was probably only at the level of a 1-star martial emperor. After confirming that there was no threat, he teleported and found a secret cultivation room in the martial emperor's mansion. He then went into seclusion. "Head shopkeeper Han, we can have a good talk now." On a mountain peak in the Divine Realm tablet, Xianxia reappeared and looked at the two with a chuckle. Han Junting returned to her original appearance, and her beautiful eyes were moving. She had a calm expression on her face, and it was clear that she had already accepted reality. Although Grandma Sunflower had also woken up, she had been punched countless times, and her body had become a little bloated. At the sight of Xianxia, she looked surprised, and her eyes flickered with fear. Xianxia chuckled and waved his hand, turning into stone tables and chairs out of thin air, as well as a table full of fine wine, spirit fruits, and mountain treasures. "It's a remote and humble house. I don't have anything good to serve you, head shopkeeper. I hope you can forgive me." Xianxia made an inviting gesture and sat down first. Han Junting also understood that time was not on her side. She nodded slightly and sat opposite Xianxia. How many people in the world can enjoy such a remote and humble house? I'm honored to have been invited by young Master Yun. Xianxia smiled, and his eyes flickered as he said, "She's clearly a peerless beauty, but how can she hide it? What a pity." "What's a pity?" Han Junting bit her lip. Xianxia sighed faintly. "It's a pity that I won't be able to see such a beautiful woman on such a beautiful day. I'm afraid I won't be able to see her again after you leave." Han Junting blinked and smiled. "Then, Major General Yun, I'll let you out. In the future, I can remove your disguise at any time." "Ahem. What a pity." Xianxia coughed a few times. "What's there to pity?" Han Junting asked. "It's a pity that I don't know much about romance," Xianxia said with a smile. "I just want to get some practical benefits. Can a feast for the eyes lead to longevity? Can it greatly increase my strength? If you can't, then don't." "Humph. State your conditions." Han Junting's face darkened, as if she was ready to be slaughtered. Yes, Xianxia answered. "We're friends, but we have to settle the accounts clearly. I have no enmity with the head shopkeeper, yet he wants to use the death of the Mu family to threaten me. How do we settle this score?" Han Junting was stunned for a moment and said, "Even this needs to be settled?" "Of course," Xianxia said. "Blood brothers have to settle their accounts clearly." Han Junting snorted and said, "Speak." Xianxia nodded and said, "If the head shopkeeper really informed the Mu family of this matter, then I will be in danger. The severity of the situation is self-evident. However, I've always been a kind person, so I'll just compensate you with a 9-5 Supreme pill." "What? Are you crazy? 9-5 Supreme pill, do you know what it is?" Han Junting shouted angrily. "How dare you make such an excessive request?" "Hee, of course I know." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, It's the only spirit pill among the supreme grade Tier 9 medicinal pills that can enhance the strength of a 9-stars martial emperor. But you can only take one. It'll be a waste to take a second one, and it won't have any effect. Then did you know that the 9-5 supreme pills refining method has long been extinct? Han Junting asked coldly. Of course, Xianxia said with a smile. The extinction of the refining method doesn't mean that the elixir is extinct. With the ability of the Star and Moon School, we can get it. You're overestimating us. Han Junting glared at him. Then there's no other way, Xianxia said slowly. If the Star and Moon School can't even do this, I really can't think of any value that you can use to redeem your life for me. You coward! Han Junting was furious, but she had nothing to say. The two of them fell silent. Xianxia was not in a hurry, and he kept drinking the wine with a smile on his face. Han Junting finally sighed. The initiative was completely in the hands of the other party, and she had no room to fight back. She spoke first. Do you know something? As soon as she said that, she stared at Xianxia with her charming eyes without blinking. The woman's face was so beautiful that Xianxia could not help but turn his head and say, "Know what?" Han Junting looked at him for a while before sighing again. With a flash of light, a jade box appeared in front of him. Startled, Xianxia picked up the jade box and opened it. 9-5 Supreme Pill, he cried out in surprise. A round, orange-yellow pill lay in the box. It was the size of a dragon's eye and flickered with boundless spiritual energy. Tisk, TSK. The Star Moon School is indeed powerful. Xianxia laughed and put away the jade box. He knew that Xianxia Palace had this thing, but he did not expect Han Junting to have one with her, which further proved her status. What else do you have to settle? Han Junting's face darkened. There's no hurry, Xianxia said with a smile. These bejeweled nectar fruits are also very rare. Won't you have some, head shopkeeper? Han Junting was not in the mood to eat. She only felt more and more frustrated. Xianxia ate by himself for a while, and when he saw the man's face getting darker and darker, he immediately put the wine and berries aside and began to say slowly, "Forget it, let's forget about the other small grudges. Take this time for example. I could have easily obtained the Star Destroyer sword, but you came in and tried to steal my second with spirit transformation. If I didn't have some hidden cards, not only would you have succeeded, but even my fate would be unknown. How does head shopkeeper plan to compensate me? Tell me," Han Junting said angrily. Xianxia thought for a moment and smiled. How about this? Although I'm poor, there are not many things in the world that can interest me. You just need to let me play with the Star and Moon School for 2 years. Han Junting was completely stunned. Then, she was so angry that her whole body trembled. You want the Star Moon School? Are you crazy or did I hear you wrong? I don't want it, Xianxia said indifferently. I'm borrowing it. The loan period will be 2 years. In your dreams. Han Junting's face darkened and she said, just kill me. Not to mention that I'm just the manager of the Star and Moon School, not the master. Even if I'm the master of the Star and Moon School, I can't let you use it for 2 years. Humph. Grandma Sunflower also snorted. You can't afford to offend the master of the Star and Moon School. I hope you don't get yourself killed. Xianxia raised his eyes and said in surprise, Oh, who is the master of the Star Moon School? Han Junting's pupils constricted, and she snorted coldly. I really can't think of anything else that can redeem your lives, Xianxia said. I can't think of anything else. Just kill us, Han Junting said coldly. Tsk. Tisk. Xianxia laughed. Don't think of me as such a bad person. Although I can't let the two of you leave, this place has beautiful mountains and clear waters, and the spiritual energy is still passable. Why don't the two of you cultivate here? When you reach the peak of the 9 stars, perhaps you'll have the opportunity to break through this world and leave. Han Junting's face was extremely dark. Han Junting gritted her teeth and said, If the Star and Moon School really let you rule for 2 years, you wouldn't dare to accept it. I can promise to provide you with any information outside of my sect for free within a year. It's still too cheap, Xianxia said. I can mobilize all the resources of the Star and Moon School within a year. including manpower and material resources. What's the difference between this and letting you control it? Han Junting said angrily. Li Yunxiao, don't go too far. You should know that greed makes you poor. Is that so, Ingluo? Yunxiao tapped his index finger gently on the table and said, How about this? Give me information for free for a year and help me with one thing. Han Junting frowned and said in disbelief, One thing? Yes, one thing, yes. Yunxiao said seriously, You know about the wedding in Red Moon City in a month, right? I'm going to save Jiang Ruobing. Han Junting was taken aback and said, You want to ruin the wedding in the Red Moon City? It was not a good choice to go against Red Moon City, but if it was just to kidnap people, it was not impossible to try. Are you sure Jiang Ruobing is willing to go with you? Don't tell me that it's their own wishful thinking, Yunxiao said. It's a mutual love. Han Junting suddenly smiled and said, I do have some information. It didn't matter whether Jiang Ruobing was willing or not. What was important was that this was a win-win situation. As the daughter of the Jiang family, how could she decide on marriage? You'll probably cause even greater harm and incalculative consequences if you act so recklessly. If you were Jiang Ruobing, Yunxiao said, would you hope that someone would come and save you? Han Junting's eyes lit up and she said, There is only one person in this world who can control my affairs. Her eyes were filled with sadness. Yunxiao was a little surprised. Judging from her look, she seemed to have someone in her heart, and it seemed like she could not cut it off, and her heart was in a mess. Young Master Yun, have you ever had someone in your heart? Han Junting suddenly asked. Yunxiao frowned slightly and said indifferently, Isn't your Star Moon School's intelligence network unparalleled in the world? Han Junting laughed and said, I wouldn't dare claim to be unparalleled in the world, but I did find out a lot. There are many women around young Master Yun, but Ding Ling and Luo Yunshang are his confidants. I wonder which one is young Master Yun's lover, or perhaps both of them have their own lovers. Where is Yunshang now? Yunxiao raised his eyebrows and asked. Han Junting was slightly shocked, but she remained calm and said, This matter is related to some secrets of the Star and Moon School, so I'm sorry I can't tell you. Yunxiao was silent. The place Yunshang was going was where Gu Qingqing had left the Rainbow Stone, so it was not an exaggeration to say that it was a secret of the Divine Cloud Palace. Is she safe now? Han Junting looked at him and said, According to the information I have, it should be safe. Speaking of which, young Master Yun's two female confidants have some connections with me, so we should be friends and not enemies. It's all this Lord's fault for being blinded by the word sharp, resulting in today's predicament, AI, 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 AI. She let out a long sigh and a short sigh, looking extremely remorseful. Naturally, Yunxiao would not be fooled. He said indifferently, It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, friendship comes from a fight. I'm very easy to talk to. As long as you give me enough benefits, I can naturally leave. Han Junting, hee. For the trip to Red Moon City, Yunxiao said with a smile, Star and Moon House will send 3 Peak 9 Stars experts to help me, and will forget about what happened before. Han Junting's face turned green. She gritted her teeth and said, Young Master Yun, if you continue to tease me like this, just kill me with one strike. Your Chamber of Commerce can even send a strong man like Luan Juanhao. Yunxiao blinked and said, I suppose you can also send 3 Peak 9-star martial artists, right? Han Junting snorted angrily. Young Master Yun, are you trying to play dumb? Do you think that Peak 9-star experts are like cabbages? If I had one more of such an existence by my side, would I have fallen into your hands today? Then let's get 10 9-stars martial sovereigns to help us, Yunxiao said with a smile. I'll give you 10 9-stars martial sovereigns. No, Han Junting replied coldly. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he said coldly, Then what's your price? Head shopkeeper, it's you who needs to save your life now. If you can't satisfy me, what's the use of keeping you besides being a woman? Shameless! Han Junting slapped the table in anger and embarrassment. Yunxiao laughed as his figure blurred. The palm force passed through his body, but it could not hurt him at all. Han Junting's eyes were filled with anger as her chest heaved up and down. It was obvious that she felt wronged, but she had no choice but to accept the situation. This could be said to be the biggest setback she had suffered since she started cultivating. However, she was an extremely intelligent person after all. She quickly adjusted her mentality and said, "You're only afraid of the 3 elders of Hongyue. I can think of a way to stop the 3 elders of Hongyue from making a move. It'll be worth it to provide 3 peak 9 stars martial sovereigns." "Oh? Can you really do it?" Yunxiao's eyes narrowed and flickered with joy. Han Junting said, "The situation in the Red Moon City has also been analyzed by the Star and Moon School. The 3 elders and Tang Qing are not of the same mind. They will only be united when it concerns the interests of the Red Moon City. It is not impossible to divide them over Jiang Ruobing's matter. What I want is a guarantee, not a possibility," Yunxiao said. "I want a guarantee. One wrong move could lead to a complete loss." "All right." Han Junting gritted her teeth. "I can agree to this matter, but you are not allowed to state any other conditions." Her eyes were burning with anger. She was obviously extremely angry. "Haha. Sure. Haha." Yunxiao laughed. "I have one last condition. It's the 3 questions I asked you last time." Han Junting was silent for a moment before she said, "I've already told you the answer to one of them, and I'm not sure about the other one. The only one left is buy-in." She hesitated, and her eyes flickered. After a long time, she said, "Although Gu Feiyang died in the Tiandang Mountains, there was something fishy about it. I don't know if it was the sanctuary behind it, but it must have something to do with people from the sanctuary. If you really want to investigate, Hua Qianshu might be the key person. The Star and Moon School has also spent a lot of energy to investigate this matter, but they only touched the surface. If we go deeper, it's very likely to bring danger." Han Junting looked around and asked, "Could it be that young Master Yun is related to Gu Feiyang?" Gu Feiyang had been dead for more than 10 years and had long since returned to his former self. Moreover, there were at least 800 peerless experts who had died in the Tiandang Mountains. It was not surprising. With young Master Yun's age, it's really hard for me to understand how Gu Feiyang could be related to him. Yunxiao's face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "The information you've given me is enough. As for the rest, you don't need to know. I don't want the Star and Moon School to investigate me again. I have all the information I can find about young Master Yun," Han Junting said. "I don't think it'll be easy to get the rest." Yunxiao nodded slightly. Although his expression was normal, there was a chill and thunder in the depths of his eyes. He had long felt that there was something fishy about what had happened back then. But the situation was urgent and he had no time to investigate further. Ever since she was reborn, her doubts had been buried in her heart. Until the last time Dijia confessed that the last avatar of the Devil Master was actually in the Holy Region. Everything flashed through his mind like lightning, as if he suddenly understood many things. Han Junting looked at Yunxiao in surprise, as if he had a lot on his mind. She was also very curious. Gu Feiyang's death was the key information that the Star and Moon School wanted to find out, but they had not been able to find out anything about it. They did not expect that there would be someone who was interested in this matter, and this person himself was also full of mysteries. "Everything has been settled," Han Junting said carefully. "Young Master Yun, can you fulfill your promise and let us go?" Yunxiao came back to his senses and said, "Of course. However, just in case, the 2 of you must swear a heart's oath not to tell anyone about me." "Sure," Han Junting said. This was within her expectations. Although she was extremely unwilling, she still had to do as she was told. She put 2 fingers together and solemnly swore an oath. Grandma Sunflower's face twitched a little, but she did the same. "All right," Yunxiao said with satisfaction. "The deal is done. I can send the 2 of you off at any time, but I still want to inquire about one thing. Who is that blue-clothed man of the MU clan, and where does he live?" Han Junting breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Since Yunxiao had said that the deal was made, he would not go back on his word. His life was saved, although he had to pay a high price for it. "I only know that he's from the MU family, Han Junting said. But he's not on good terms with the Mu family. He might be a traitor. He's been cultivating in the outer area of Wufa heaven. Wufa Tian? Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he fell into deep thought. That's right, Han Junting said. He claimed to be from beyond the heavens. Although that place is not as dangerous as the Tiandang Mountains, it is still a famous place for its ferocity. Few people have ever set foot there. I know about Wufa, Yunxiao said after some thought. I've been there once. What? You've been to Wufa heaven? How is that possible? Han Junting was shocked, her eyes full of doubt. After all, she knew almost all the information about Yunxiao, and there was no such thing. Yunxiao gave her an indifferent look and snorted. Nothing is impossible in this world. Those who think that they know and control everything are the dumbest people in the world. Han Junting was stunned for a moment. Then she said, You must be interested in the Mu clan's puppetry technique. Back then, the Mu clan was considered an extremely powerful existence. After so many years of secluded cultivation, their strength was already difficult to estimate. If you can learn the essence of the puppet, it will be an amazing skill. Yunxiao did not seem to want to talk about it anymore. I have no more questions. The two of you can leave at any time. Do you want to leave now? Of course, the sooner the better, Han Junting said. But, Xianxia, please return Lord Luan Juanhao to us as well. Yunxiao sneered. Luan Juanhao is Luan Juanhao, and you are you. Do you want to buy two and get one free? The head shopkeeper's chips just now were only enough to redeem the two of you. What else do you want? Han Junting was exasperated. Lord Luan is a peak 9 stars martial sovereign. You didn't really kill him, did you? I don't need you to tell me how valuable a peak 9 stars martial sovereign is, Yunxiao said. That's why I won't let him go easily. You want to recruit him? Han Junting asked. Do you think it's possible to subdue a peak 9 stars martial sovereign? Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he said with a murderous look, There's nothing impossible in this world. In my holy artifact, those who comply will prosper, and those who resist will die. If he doesn't, then he really won't be able to get out. Han Junting's heart skipped a beat as she felt a chill down her spine. She felt that there was nothing this man in front of her did not dare to do. I'll see you off, Yunxiao said. Remember our agreement just now, or else. Don't worry, we've already made a promise, Han Junting said seriously. Young Master Yun, you definitely won't see the 3 elders make a move on your trip to Red Moon City. That's good. Go. Yunxiao shouted in a deep voice and waved his hand. The two of them only felt a blur in front of their eyes. A white light flashed past, and in the next moment, they directly appeared hundreds of meters above the small city. The two of them looked around, as if they were not sure if they had come out. It was only when they saw the millions of people coming and going in the city that they heaved a sigh of relief, and their suspended hearts were finally at ease. Han Junting scanned the area with her divine sense, but found nothing. She could not sense Yunxiao's aura at all. She sighed dejectedly with a dejected look on her face. This time she had completely capsized. She had never suffered such a setback in her life. Grandma Sunflower had watched her grow up and naturally understood her thoughts. She consoled her. This time, Yunxiao lost because he has a supreme-grade mystic artifact. No one could have predicted this, so you don't have to blame yourself, Chief Shopkeeper. Li Yunxiao is right, Han Junting said. A loss is a loss, and losers always like to find excuses for themselves. Yunxiao's schemes and strength are both above mine. Even if he doesn't have a supreme-grade mystic artifact, we may not succeed this time. Her dispirited look was swept away, and her eyes burst with light. Her voice was filled with unconcealable excitement as she said, But I didn't expect him to have a saint artifact. Such an important matter. We didn't fail in vain this time. This is truly unexpected and shocking, Grandma Sunflower said with a serious tone. There are many rumors about Noah's ship, but no one has seen it for themselves. Almost every time it's fake news. We, the Divine Cloud Palace, have tried several times, but to no avail. I didn't expect it to be on him. Han Junting's eyes flickered as she thought, Even if Li Yunxiao doesn't let me make a hard oath, I will never spread this news, in case it causes disputes in the world. After all, the saint artifact is of utmost importance, and its value is even higher than the E with spiritualism. Then what should we do now? Grandma Sunflower asked. We'll take it one step at a time, Han Junting said. We'll deal with the urgent matters later. Let's settle the matters in Red Moon City first. AI. It's so difficult to convince the 3 elders of the Red Moon City not to take action. Grandma Sunflower sighed. Han Junting's state of mind seemed to have recovered. She said, It's difficult, but it's not impossible. I already have a plan for this, so there's no need to worry. On the contrary, if we don't get rid of this Li Yunxiao, he will be a great disaster. Head shopkeeper, are you going to break your promise? Grandma Sunflower cried out in shock. We're Ying Luo. Han Junting raised her hand and interrupted her. When did I say I was going to break the contract? Her beautiful eyes flickered as she said in a cold voice, This person is even more terrifying than Qin Chuan. He must be eliminated. I only promised to help him persuade the 3 old men of the Red Moon City not to kill him. But I didn't say I wouldn't kill him. Grandma Sunflower's eyes lit up as well. Indeed. We'll immediately send a message back to the Divine Cloud Palace and ask for reinforcements to encircle and annihilate this kid. Han Junting shook her head and said, No, it was not the time for Xianxia Palace to show itself yet, so it was not appropriate to expose a large number of experts. Besides, we just negotiated a treaty with him and now we're enemies. We have to kill him, but we don't have to do it ourselves. Grandma Sunflower thought for a moment and said, Head shopkeeper, you mean to use the Red Moon City? Even the Red Moon City is in a state of disunity, Han Junting said. If the 3 elders don't make a move, I don't think they'll win. Don't forget one more thing, the young master of the Biming family, the head of the 4 greats of the North Biming Lifeng, and a few other elders of the Biming family seem to have died on the East Sea. Yunxiao, on the other hand, is a Bai who came back from the East Sea alive. Grandma Sunflower praised, Wonderful! We just need to explain the situation to the people of the Biming family, and then lead them to believe that the murderer is Li Yunxiao. Han Junting shook her head and said helplessly, Why is it so complicated? The young master of the Biming family has died, and I'm afraid that the undercurrent is already surging. They know no less than us, so we just need to disclose Yunxiao's whereabouts, intentionally or unintentionally. As long as the situation is in chaos, we might be able to kill Yunxiao and seize the saint artifact in second with spiritualism without the help of the Divine Cloud Palace. The 2 of them immediately flew into the city. A few hours later, the teleportation formation was activated, and there was no longer any trace of their aura in the city. After sending Han Junting and Han Yen away, Yunxiao flashed to a desert. Luan Juanhao was sitting cross-legged, quietly absorbing spiritual energy and recuperating from his internal injuries. He immediately sensed someone's arrival. He slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were sharp. 3 days is not a short time, Yunxiao said with a smile. It seems that Lady Luan has not recovered much. Are you so seriously injured? Humph. Luan Juanhao snorted coldly and said, You've already taken the divine sword, so why are you still looking for me? That's a strange question, Yunxiao said. Since I've captured you and put you in a supreme-grade mystic artifact, I naturally have something to tell you. Luan Juanhao glanced at him and came out of his meditation. He said, To be captured on Noah's ship is not an insult to my status. Tell me what you want. Yunxiao smiled in surprise. It had been more than 20 years and it felt like a lifetime. He did not expect to see her again, let alone see her like this. I have a difficult matter to do and would like to ask Lord Luan for help. You want me to help you? It's impossible. Luan Juanhao's gaze turned cold as he started to mock. Everything can be discussed. Don't reject so quickly. Lord Luan. Yunxiao chuckled. Don't you remember your current situation, Lord Luan? Or don't you understand the old adage of lowering one's head when one is under another's roof? Luan Juanhao's face was filled with anger. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, Even if it's a transcendent grade profound level weapon, it's only the power of one realm. It might not be able to trap me. That was when my lord was at his peak, right? Xianxia laughed. As long as I'm willing to, Darren will never be able to recover to his peak here. Luan Juanhao's entire body trembled, and his eyes were filled with anger as he shouted, "Speak! What do you want me to do? Will you let me leave after I'm done?" Xianxia said with a smile, "My lord, you're finally getting on the right track. I'm going to save a person, and I'm alone. I hope you can help me. After it's done, the sea will be wide like a fish, and the sky will be like a bird flying." Luan Juanhao pondered for a moment and said, "Where? Who is the enemy?" "Red Moon City," Xianxia said. "What? What?" Luan Juanhao was shocked. "You're joking, right?" Just the words Red Moon City had explained everything, and there was no need for any further explanation. Although he had guessed that the mission would be extremely difficult, he did not expect it to be this difficult. "I never joke," Xianxia said. "The overall situation of Red Moon City cannot be compared with the past. Besides, I will find someone to restrain the three elders. Without any foreign aid in the city, no one will be a match for you." Luan Juanhao frowned and said hesitantly, "I've also heard about the situation in Red Moon City. If you can restrain the three old men and not make a move, we can try." He looked at Xianxia and said, "It can't just be the two of us, can it? There should be a lot of powerhouses in Noah's ship, right?" "Yes, there are a few more," Xianxia nodded. "The two you saw 3 days ago will be with them. However, their strength is still on the weak side, so Darren will definitely be the leader. If everything goes well, I can help you," Luan Juanhao said slowly. "However, if something happens midway and my life is in danger, I'll turn around and leave without a word." Xianxia looked at him and said, "As long as you don't fight head-on, Your Excellency, how many people in the world can endanger your life? If there are other peak 9-star experts, you just need to help me delay them." "Sure," Luan Juanhao nodded. "However, my current injuries can't be healed in a short time. Without several months of bitter cultivation, I won't be able to recover to my peak." "You don't have to worry about that, my lord," Xianxia said with a smile. "I'll definitely return you a full-blood demon within a month. However, you must swear a heart's vow to not tell anyone about my possession of a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. I can rest assured." Luan Juanhao was straightforward this time. He nodded and said, "Sure." He immediately raised his hand and made an oath, his face solemn. Xianxia smiled and said, "Thank you for your help, sir. I wish you a happy cooperation." With a flip of his hand, all sorts of supreme-grade heavenly treasures appeared before him. Then, with a thought, the wind and clouds suddenly rose, and the spiritual chi in the sky rolled over like clouds. In an instant, the concentration of spirit chi around Luan Juanhao turned into a liquid state. It was just short of solidifying into dust. This by Luan Juanhao was dumbfounded. He knew that this was the power of the master of a world, and he could not help but be envious. "Rest here and recuperate, Lord Luan," Xianxia said with a smile. "With these natural treasures and such rich spirit chi, it's more than enough to last you a month." Luan Juanhao did not stand on ceremony. He kept all the treasures and said, "Good. However, I've made it clear that I'll only take action once. Before saving the people in the Red Moon City, even if you encounter a life-and-death crisis, I'll never take action. Otherwise, the agreement with the Red Moon City will be void." "Naturally." "Yes," Xianxia agreed readily. Then he laughed a few times and disappeared from where he was. Luan Juanhao's eyes flickered with all sorts of complicated lights, and no one knew what he was thinking about. In the end, he came back to his senses and began to pick out natural treasures to consume and recuperate with peace of mind. After leaving Luan Juanhao, Xianxia teleported to an altitude of 10,000 meters. In front of them was a sea of red fire. It was 100 mu in size and was burning in a circular shape. It was like a huge fiery red disk hanging high in the sky. The scarlet red flames surged and jumped. Xianxia was surprised. He could sense the joyful mood of these fire elements. In the center of the disk, countless fire symbols appeared, transforming into various forms and dancing. Fanny curled up her body and slept quietly. She was like a baby in her mother's womb, sweet and peaceful, with a faint smile. Xianxia's pupils constricted. Behind Fanny, a faint shadow of a phoenix could be seen, sometimes appearing and sometimes disappearing. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and turned around. In the sea of fire, the fire talismans that filled the sky froze, as if time and space had stopped. A cry from the ancient times flew out of the flame. It was proud and empty, as if it had passed through layers of time and space, and it rang out in the entire divine realm tablet. At this moment, not only him, but all the people in the inner realm opened their eyes in shock and looked at the sky in shock. Xianxia was even more shocked. In the center of the sea of fire, countless fire runes condensed above Fanny's body and slowly revealed their shape, turning into a true spirit fire phoenix, and its terrifying aura instantly rose to the extreme. True spirit. Xianxia was also overwhelmed with horror. The vast and mighty force that came at him had gone beyond the scope of martial arts, and it made him shudder. Even though he was in the divine realm tablet, the feeling of being in control of everything disappeared instantly and was replaced by a fear and trembling that came from the bottom of his heart. The fire phoenix condensed and its eyes were closed, as if it was still in an endless sleep. The huge body of fire was burning fiercely, facing Xianxia from a distance. Bang! All of a sudden, the phoenix fire body exploded. It didn't cause a huge impact. It only turned into countless fire symbols and dissipated in the sea of fire. The temperature of the entire sea of fire suddenly rose, and the flames burned even more fiercely. Black cracks began to appear around the sea of fire. It burned through the entire space inside the steel and shattered. Xianxia was horrified. If the flame was allowed to continue burning, the entire divine realm tablet would be destroyed. He hesitated for a moment, and finally quickly formed a hand seal. Golden runes were sent into the sea of fire, lowering the shocking temperature. At the same time, a fire cloud mark appeared between his brows and turned into the shadow of a phoenix. It opened its mouth and sucked. Hoo-hoo! Boundless flames instantly flew up and surged towards the space between his eyebrows. Xianxia's body suddenly shone with a golden light. The extremely high temperature forced out his indestructible golden body, which automatically protected him. The fire talismans hit his body in the chaos, bursting into flames. Under the constant roasting of the divine flame, the golden body turned dark gold and blacker. Hoo-hoo-hoo! An hour later, the entire sea of fire had been absorbed by him and returned to his body. A strange feeling emerged in his heart. It was as if the flame had a greater spirituality than before and was no longer dead. Could it be that the ancient celestial phoenix is really going to be resurrected? Xianxia was surprised. Feeling the blazing fire energy in his body, he felt a little uneasy. Fanny suddenly gave a soft hum and furrowed her brows. Her sleeping posture gradually relaxed. It was like a red bird spreading its wings in the spring. The slender body twisted and turned in front of Xianxia's eyes, giving him a warm, fragrant, and smooth feeling. Coupled with the crimson-blue gauze dress covering his body, it made him feel thirsty. Even Xianxia could not help but swallow. Ah! Fanny finally opened her eyes. When she saw Xianxia, her first reaction was to cry out in embarrassment. Then, the fiery red figure flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, a red light flashed and appeared in front of Xianxia. "Why are you looking at me like that? Does it look good?" Xianxia blushed and said in embarrassment, "Ahem. I'm just checking to see if there's anything wrong with your body." "Oh, you're that concerned about me?" Fanny chuckled and began to dance gracefully in front of Xianxia with her hands. "Go ahead. Feel free to look." It was like a flower or mist, graceful and elegant. 2 streams of blood flowed down from Xianxia's nose as he said in a daze, "Young Master Fanny, please conduct yourself with dignity. Respect." Fanny stopped dancing and said, "You're staring at me while I'm asleep, and you want me to respect myself? You've seen it. Are you trying to deny it?" Xiao wiped the blood from his nose. I really just want to observe your physical condition. Don't misunderstand. Fei and I smiled slyly. How's the observation? Does it look good? She stammered. Xiao turned his head. He could not stand her aggressive look and said, Well, you seem to have advanced to 9-star. What? Fei was stunned and immediately became alarmed. He circulated the elemental energy in his body and a vast force immediately gushed out. The entire area instantly turned red. This power was the power of a 9-stars martial emperor. Luo really advanced Luo. Fei was also stunned, but she was soon overjoyed. Her eyes flickered with excitement as she giggled. As expected of my man, not only did you heal my injuries, but you also allowed me to advance by 1 star. TSK. I'll definitely follow you in this lifetime. Xiao's face darkened as he said in embarrassment, This is completely due to your unique constitution. It has nothing to do with me. Hehe. I like a modest and low-key man like you. You don't leave your name when you do a good thing, and you don't take credit for it. Fei chuckled, her face filled with joy. Hey, don't talk nonsense, Xiao said. I was just about to ask you, what's the matter with the nirvana body of the heavenly phoenix? This is a big secret of mine, but since you asked, I have to tell you. Fei and I bit her red lips and replied. The phoenix kind is the same as the dragon kind, she explained. In fact, there are many different branches. For example, the ancestral dragon, the first dragon, the horned dragon, and so on of the dragon clan were all true spirit-level existences, but they were all descendants of the ancient true dragon. The phoenix race is the same. Fire phoenixes, red phoenixes, black phoenixes, ice phoenixes, feather phoenixes, and other true spirit-level existences were all evolved from the ancient heavenly phoenixes, the ancestor of all phoenixes. The so-called heavenly phoenix nirvana body is a strange body that contains a trace of the power of the heavenly phoenix nirvana. I roughly understand, Xiao said. Then what is the so-called power of nirvana? Fei furrowed her brows and said, I'm not too sure about this either. There are too few heavenly phoenix nirvana bodies in the long river of history. However, the obvious advantage I have is my extremely fast recovery speed. No matter how serious his injuries were, as long as he didn't die, he would definitely recover in a few days. Furthermore, this recovery speed is also constantly decreasing as time passes. The Great Master once calculated that as long as my heavenly phoenix nirvana body is complete, I will have an almost undying body in the future. Any injuries can be healed in an instant. Undying body. Instant recovery. Xiao was taken aback. That's too much of an exaggeration. I'm afraid even the ancient celestial phoenix herself couldn't do it. There must be a limit to the time it takes to recover, but no one has reached it yet. Fei and I blinked her eyes and laughed. I'm not sure. Anyway, her heavenly phoenix body is very powerful. It won't be a disgrace to your status. Xiao wiped his cold sweat and said, You're talking nonsense again. Since the heavenly phoenix nirvana body has the power of the heavenly phoenix, how did Mr. Quan seize it back then? Extract your blood? Or directly refine you into a pill? Fei's body trembled violently, and a look of fear and despair appeared on her face. You, Xianxia, you also want to take my heavenly phoenix nirvana body? Her eyes were filled with endless desolation and sorrow, making one feel pity for her. You're overthinking it again, Xiao said, sweating. I was just asking casually. You don't have to answer me. Fei and I finally came out of her fear and despair. She said, I only hope that the king's heart is like my heart, and I will not let down my yearning. I'm not interested in your heavenly phoenix nirvana body, Xiao said indifferently. I'm not interested in you either. You don't have to pity yourself. As long as you make a heart's vow not to reveal the fact that I have a transcendent grade profound level weapon, you can leave at any time. If that's the case, there's no need for me to leave. Fei and I's tears turned into a smile. It's a good place. I'll stay here and cultivate. Xiao frowned. The spirit chi here is far worse than in the heavenly ridge. Besides, young Master Fei is missing. Sooner or later, they will find out that I'm here. I don't want to be hunted down by the Long family. If they really come after you, I'll just show myself and you'll be fine, right? Fei and I laughed. Yun Xiao was rendered speechless. It's up to you. Do whatever you want. Don't go. When Fei saw that he was about to leave, she hurriedly turned into a red ray of light and chased after him like a cloud. Yun Xiao ignored her and was about to leave when his face suddenly changed and turned a little solemn. With a wave of his hand, a huge floating island appeared out of thin air. It was the spirit vein mine. Then, with a flash, he flew down and began to meditate. After running for 3 days and 3 nights, he had consumed a lot of energy and was in a hurry to recover. This was because he could already feel a trace of a breakthrough, and this premonition was getting stronger and stronger. He could advance at any time. If one's origin power could not recover and was not enough to support the breakthrough, it was extremely likely that the breakthrough would fail, and the consequences would be too serious. Boom! Muffled explosions kept coming from his body, and his major acupuncture points opened up one by one like fried beans. Soon, he was filled with essence force, and his meridians expanded several times. Not only did his entire body expand, but it also transformed into a brilliant golden light that illuminated 1,000 feet. What's going on? Yun Xiao was taken aback. He could not suppress the surging power at all, and it kept washing through his limbs and bones. What's wrong with you? Fei and I was also shocked. Get out of my way. Yun Xiao cried out in a deep voice. I can't control the primordial energy in my body. I might be about to make a breakthrough. Fei and I quickly dodged and appeared 1,000 feet away from the mine vein. She looked on nervously. Naturally, she was aware of the situation of a breakthrough, especially after she had become a high-level martial supreme. Every breakthrough was like a life-and-death battle. When she had advanced to the level of an 8-stars martial emperor, the entire Sky Ridge Long family had been in a state of tension, and the Long family master had even personally protected her. Yun Xiao's face darkened as he cried out, "One chi of creation!" An unusual force appeared around his body, and then countless blue runes gushed out of the entire mine. They flashed on the surface of his body and were all absorbed into his skin. Fei's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in front of him in shock. Yun Xiao's figure and appearance could no longer be seen clearly, as it was covered by a large amount of spirit chi. He could vaguely see countless origin power taking form. They were like mini dragons that surged into his body crazily. The spirit chi, which had taken form, almost solidified and poured into Yun Xiao's body. Fei was shocked. This was not absorbing spiritual energy. It was more like a pile of supreme-grade spiritual stones. However, she was also a genius. After a brief moment of shock, she calmed down and her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Boom! The rumbling sounds from inside Yun Xiao's body grew louder and louder, and finally converged into a crack that exploded above his dantian. A huge nebula was circulating in his body, as if it was the end of all his meridians. It was constantly devouring the elemental energy in his body. The power that was originally surging in his meridians was instantly emptied out, and his swollen body instantly returned to its original state, and even shriveled up. Yun Xiao frowned. He was no stranger to breaking through to 8 stars martial emperor, but he did not need so much primordial energy in the past. The consumption was like a bottomless pit, as if it had no end. No matter how much spiritual energy he put in, it would never be filled. Even though his absorption speed was extremely terrifying, there was also a feeling of not being able to make ends meet. At this moment, the strength of his physical body had been pushed to the extreme. A golden light was shining like the sunset, and his skin emitted a metallic luster. Moreover, deep humming sounds were constantly heard. It's not enough. Yun Xiao's face darkened as he made a grabbing gesture in the air. All kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, bejeweled nectar and fruits appeared in his hand, and he opened his mouth wide to swallow them. Fei's face was full of surprise. Not to mention the amount of spirit energy he had consumed, the speed alone was enough to stuff an 8 stars martial emperor to death. But, judging from Yun Xiao's gradually shriveling skin, it seemed that it was far from enough. At that moment, a circle of nebula had appeared in the sky right above Yun Xiao, spinning continuously. How could it be like this? Fei and I mumbled to herself. She could immediately tell that this phenomenon was due to the insufficient supply of elemental energy in her body. If the accumulation of elemental energy isn't sufficient, why would there be an advancement? Yunxiao could not figure out the answer to this question. It was said that there was still a long process of accumulating essence energy before he could break through to the level of an 8-stars martial emperor. It was impossible for him to break through at this point. The vast amount of essence energy that he needed to advance to the next level was now running low, which clearly explained this. His heart trembled as he thought of the reason. The Phoenix Divine Flame must have changed, which caused the sudden change in his cultivation base. At the thought of this, Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. A fire cloud flickered between his brows, and a surge of flame power gushed out and burned his body. This Xianxia. Fanny was shocked. The flame aura that was charging at her was unusually strong, but it gave her a very comfortable and friendly feeling. She could not help but want to jump into the embrace of the flame. Fanny calmed down a little and carefully took a step forward, directly walking to the edge of the flames. As soon as he stepped into it, the bloodline in his body was activated, emitting a vast and surging power. Pai li pa la. There was also a chain-like explosion in her body. At this moment, her bones seemed to have begun to shatter. She grimaced in pain and broke out in a cold sweat. In the midst of this immense pain, determination flashed in Fanny's eyes. Instead of retreating, he advanced and took another step forward. All of a sudden, she felt a sharp pain in her back, causing her to tremble as if her entire body was about to explode from the force. Boom! With a loud boom, all the chaotic energy poured out from behind him. His entire person became relaxed. Fei and I's face was pale and she was sweating profusely. Her pupils suddenly shrank as she looked at her own shadow above the sea of fire in horror. Long phoenix feathers appeared behind him, as magnificent as fire. This is a Xianxia. Fanny turned around in shock and looked at the colorful wings on her back. She was in a daze. Atavism demon transformation. Not only did his body change, but phoenix scales also appeared on his hands and some of his vital parts. Any light that shone over would be refracted into a myriad of colors that scattered in all directions. His entire being was completely enveloped in a dazzling light, giving off an indescribable noble and gorgeous aura. In this state, Fanny was delighted to find that his strength had risen to an unprecedented height, and an extremely inflated confidence arose spontaneously. It was as if he was already standing at the peak of martial arts, enough to look down on the world. Arg! Li Yunxiao. She was smug for a while before she suddenly realized that Yunxiao was in an extremely bad state at the moment. The appearance of the divine flame brought with it a vast amount of energy to make up for his insufficient yuan power. The bottomless black hole seemed to be slowly filling up, but the power of the flame began to burn his body. His body, which was shining with golden light, had already been burned to a dark golden color. Yunxiao was also anxious. The divine flame was clearly under his control, so how could it hurt him? There was only one explanation, and that was that his control over the divine fire was getting weaker and weaker. He forcefully endured the pain and allowed the fire to burn him. Otherwise, if he failed to advance, he might lose the possibility of advancing again forever. He would rather die than sink into oblivion. After making up his mind, he calmed down and quietly let the fire burn his body. Fortunately, the inextinguishable golden body was strong enough, so he would not be burned to death in a short time. Suddenly, a drop of clear feeling fell on his lips. Yunxiao opened his eyes and saw Fanny cut her wrist. Drops of crystal-clear blood fell and dripped on his lips. My phoenix blood is the purest among all the experts with the phoenix bloodline in the past tens of thousands of years. Eat it quickly. It'll help you resist the burning of the divine fire. With a concerned look on her face, Fanny bent down and brought her cut wrist to Yunxiao's lips. Due to her special physique, the wound on her wrist healed very quickly. Fanny frowned. A red light flashed on her left fingernail, and blood spurted out of it. Then she put it on Yunxiao's lips. Yunxiao trembled and wanted to refuse, but the crimson blood flowed directly into his mouth, and there was a sweet taste. He couldn't bear it and couldn't open his mouth, allowing the blood to flow down his throat. Along with the cool feeling, there was a fierce and noble power. The flames on his body trembled and seemed to be less intense, greatly reducing his pain. "Thank you," he said. "No need." After the simple conversation, they were both speechless. Suddenly, Xianxiao's body trembled, and his face changed. Lunar pupils suddenly appeared in his eyes, and they shone with an extremely fierce light. Fanny was shocked. Under the gaze of that pair of eyes, she jumped back and hurriedly retreated a few feet. She felt as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake and was in an unspeakable panic. Are you okay?" Xianxiao's face immediately twisted, and blue veins bulged on his face. Half of his face was occupied by the moon eye, and he kept screaming, "Ah! This power! This power! This power! This power!" The Fanny's blood that he had swallowed was actually burning in his body, directly incinerating his internal organs. "Li Yunxiao, what's wrong with you?" Fanny was flustered and was at a loss. Yunxiao's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he said in a trembling voice, "I'm fine. Leave this place quickly. I'm afraid something will happen." The burning pain almost seeped into his soul, and his whole body trembled. And it wasn't just his body, even his consciousness was beginning to corrode. Indistinctly, there seemed to be a phoenix lying dormant in the depths of the flames, slowly awakening. He forcefully endured the excruciating pain. As soon as this advancement stopped, he could use the Great Expansion divine technique to expel the phoenix fire from his spiritual altar and sea of consciousness. However, if he did that, he would definitely fail to break through to the 8 stars Martial Emperor realm, and the consequences of failure were very likely to be forever stuck in front of him. He was unwilling. A stubbornness that would never admit defeat spread throughout his body. He would rather be burned to ashes in the flames than to stop at this moment. Pa! An electric arc suddenly flickered above his dantian, making a soft sound. However, it made Yunxiao tremble as he swept his divine sense toward the purple thunder seed. The seed that had been silent all this time suddenly cracked open, and purple gas seeped out. It seemed to have sensed the surrounding environment and began to change slightly. A layer of purple paste-like substance appeared on the seed. Suddenly, a red flame flashed and struck the seed. Pa! As soon as the flame touched the paste, it was extinguished in an instant. Yunxiao felt a sharp pain in his dantian, and he could not help but let out a light groan. Then, a violent and fierce intent surged in his body. Behind his body, it directly transformed into the shadow of a phoenix, and slowly opened its eyes. "This is Ing Luo." Fanny was shocked and could not be more shocked. The phoenix looked down from the sky and its eyes were blurry. It seemed to have no intelligence, as if it had not fully woken up from its sleep. But even so, the phoenix formed by the flames still made her mind tremble. She was stunned on the spot and looked like a wooden chicken. The phoenix glanced at Yunxiao, who was under it, then suddenly flipped and shot into Yunxiao's lower abdomen with a whoosh, sending flames into the sky. "Ah!" Fanny trembled and came to her senses, then looked at Yunxiao in horror. "Ah!" Yunxiao suddenly roared, and his imperishable golden body exploded inch by inch, causing blood to spray out. A terrifying wave of air gushed out from his dantian and instantly turned into a vortex, shaking away the surrounding flames and air. Boom, boom, boom. Fanny was also pushed thousands of feet away by the impact. She looked at Yunxiao in the distance in horror, only to see him covered in blood and his eyes empty. At this moment, the phenomenon of advancement in the sky had also disappeared. Blood was still gushing out of Yunxiao's body, as if his vitality was extremely weak. However, there was a terrifying invisible force surging around him, which sent chills down everyone's spine. Did I fail? Fanny was completely stunned. She stared at the clear sky in a daze, but there was no sign of advancement. Yunxiao was still a 7 stars Martial Emperor at the moment. Impossible! With your talent, you can't possibly fail. Fanny felt an inexplicable pain in her heart and 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. Her phoenix-like body trembled in the sky as if she could not accept this. I'm not the man chosen by an eye. I'm sure I'll be the world's overlord in the future and a peerless martial sovereign. You can't be like this. You can't stop at the 8 stars martial sovereign realm. You asked me how to seize the nirvana body of the heavenly phoenix, Fanny murmured, her eyes flashing with determination as she walked toward Yunxiao. In fact, there is another way, and that is to pass the power of the heavenly phoenix to you when we have sex. Hot tears flowed from her eyes as she smiled bitterly. However, if I do that, I will completely lose the power of my bloodline. But it doesn't matter, because I like the strong, and you are the one who will become the strongest of this era. At this moment, Yunxiao was completely empty, not only in the strength in his body, but also in the consciousness in his mind. Although he was still alive, it was as if everything did not belong to him. He just existed silently, without moving or thinking. Only when he gradually regained his senses in his dantian, and a warm feeling flowed through his entire body, did he slowly wake up. I'm not dead yet? Yunxiao silently looked into his body, and his face was filled with shock and contemplation. When the phoenix had rushed into his dantian, it had opened its mouth and swallowed the purple thunder seed. As a result, it had caused a huge explosion and caused the true body of the phoenix to return to its flaming state. He had also lost all his senses at that moment and thought that he was dead for sure. He did not expect that he was still alive. What made him even more confused was that there were 3 forces floating above his dantian. They were the divine flame, the purple lightning, and an extremely strong white light, which was the spirit power. The strength of his spiritual energy seemed to be much stronger than before, and within the lightning, a purple lightning flashed, which was abnormally terrifying. Even the divine fire that he was most familiar with seemed extremely unfamiliar at this moment. He could only feel waves of surging will. Yunxiao gave it a try and found that he could only control the energy freely, and even after spending a great deal of effort, he could only extract a part of the divine fire. But to his delight, just a portion of the flames was much stronger than before. Ever since the divine flame had been repaired in the sea forest, it had been changing constantly until Fanny's heavenly phoenix nirvana body appeared and reacted with the divine flame. It was as if a spirit had appeared, as if it had awakened. At that moment, Yunxiao could see with his divine sense that it seemed to have fallen into an endless sleep again, and the little bit of intelligence seemed to have been destroyed by the purple thunder. Yunxiao tried to move the purple thunderbolt again, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not move it at all. He had tried all sorts of methods, but they were all fruitless. He could only sigh and give up. However, this purple lightning had an extremely strong magical effect of protecting the dantian. The last time, it directly broke the seal at the auction at the Myriad Treasure Tower. This time, it even destroyed a trace of the phoenix's spirituality, saving him from the edge of death. He carefully checked his body and found that other than being badly damaged, there was basically no major problem. What made him extremely depressed and puzzled was that his current realm was still a 7 stars martial sovereign, which meant that he had completely failed to advance. However, the power in his body had increased greatly. However, the bottleneck of the 8-star realm had also completely disappeared. He could not sense it at all. What's going on? He clearly didn't advance, so why is the bottleneck gone? Yunxiao frowned and said, without the bottleneck of the 8 stars realm, does it mean that I will never be able to break through to the 8 stars martial sovereign realm? However, the power in my body. He circulated his essence force slightly, and a vast feeling instantly surged in his meridians. He had indeed improved greatly. Based on his understanding of the martial emperor realm in his previous life, his current cultivation strength was at least at the peak of 8 star. It's indeed very strange. Yunxiao thought for a while, but he could not figure it out. Although he was a little worried, he was relieved that his strength was really improving. Suddenly, an alluring body appeared in front of him. Fanny's robe had already been removed, revealing her snow-white skin, and a fresh fragrance wafted over. Her eyes were blurred, and there were tiny tears hanging on her long eyelashes. Her face was misty. The His hot body was almost pressed against Yunxiao's. Yunxiao felt his nostrils heat up, and 2 streams of blood sprayed out of his mouth, his face red. He suddenly covered his nose and shouted, "You? What are you doing? Young Master Feini, please conduct yourself with dignity." Fei Anai's entire body trembled and she recovered from her dazed state. Her eyes became clear and she said in a daze, You're fine? My nostrils are already bulging. How can I be fine?" Yunxiao's eyes widened, and he did not dare to look at her. With a wave of his hand, a flowery dress with colorful phoenix patterns appeared on Feini's beautiful body. Feini's face was also burning, but there was a charming smile on her face. When she saw Yunxiao's evasive look, she felt a little proud. "Do you like this kind of clothes? Then I'll wear this from now on." Feini raised her hand and twirled in the air as if she was dancing. She looked very happy. Yunxiao was speechless. He gave her a look and said, "How's your current state? When I saw you in your demon form earlier, you seemed to be extremely powerful." Only then did Feini put away her mischievous look and recited, "That's one of the changes of the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana body, the first level of the Heavenly Phoenix 9 transformations. I wasn't sure before, but after the transformation, some inheritances seemed to have been opened, and I naturally knew about it in my mind." 9 Phoenix transformations? What? Yunxiao was taken aback. The first transformation is already extremely oppressive. What level will it reach if there are 9 transformations? Fei and I chuckled and said, "Below the 9th transformation, I can fight against a true spirit." However, it was extremely difficult to achieve the 9th transformation. In the history of the Heavenly Phoenix bloodline, not a single one has ever changed. She blinked her eyes and said, "If I didn't meet you, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to experience such a change in my life." "This is my personal opportunity," Yunxiao said. "It has nothing to do with me. I've also benefited from you. It seems that my Phoenix Divine Fire has evolved." Feini was shocked and said in shock, "I seem to have seen the true form of the Fire Phoenix. It seems to have entered your body." Yunxiao did not hide anything. He nodded and said, "It is indeed in my body, but my spiritual sense was destroyed by another force. Now I have returned to the state of fire element." His spiritual sense was destroyed by another force. Fei and I was dumbfounded. She could not imagine it at all. She said in a daze, "How's Luo doing?" Yunxiao frowned slightly as he sighed and said, "You saw it yourself. I failed to advance. I don't know what happened. Failing to advance doesn't mean that there's no hope forever. It's just that the road ahead will be more difficult." Fei and I consoled him. Yunxiao remained silent because it was not a simple failure, but a very strange state. He could not explain it for the time being because he could not understand it either. Feini thought that he was extremely depressed. She gently combed her hair that was scattered on her face and smiled sweetly. "It's fine even if you can't advance anymore. I can give you the Heavenly Phoenix Nirvana body. With the help of the Divine Flame, it won't be a dream to cultivate to the 9th transformation. At that time, I'll also be able to command the world." Yunxiao's eyes rippled, and a slightly stunned emotion spread through his heart. He finally understood what had happened to Feini just now, and he felt his blood heat up as he was extremely touched. Young Master Feini has entered the first transformation of the Heavenly Phoenix, and his martial arts future is limitless. He might even become the head of the Long family in the future. He might not be weak. "You don't have to say anything. I know what you mean." Feini placed her hands behind her back and smiled. "I'll do my best to fight for the position of the head of the Long family, but I won't give up on you even if you want to. I've said it before. I like the strong, and I'm willing to bet that you'll become the most dazzling genius of this era, and even the #1 in the world in the future." Her eyes flickered with excitement, as if she could already see Yunxiao ruling the world. "Although I'm not an unparalleled beauty, I think highly of myself. Under the sky, no one is worthy of my love and worthy of me except you, Li Yunxiao." She stared at Yunxiao affectionately and said, "You've appeared in this world before. Everyone else will have to make do with it, but I'm not willing to." Yun Xiao was completely stunned when he heard her voice out her thoughts and feelings. What's wrong? Am I not worthy of your love? Fanny furrowed her brows and said angrily, I know you have a few other female confidants, Dinglinger and Luo Yunshang. Which of them can compare to me? Yun Xiao shook his head with a wry smile and said, It's too sudden. I can't react in time. Let's talk about this in the future. The anger on Fanny's face disappeared in an instant. She smiled and said, All right, I'll listen to you. However, you can't drive me away. I'll stay here, and you have to lend me your divine fire for cultivation. Her face was full of hope, like a little girl begging. Yun Xiao thought for a moment and said, That divine flame is closely related to you. While it helped you, it was also nourished. He formed a hand seal with one hand and a cloud of fire flew out from between his brows. It wrapped around Fanny and teleported him away. Yun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. At the thought of Fanny's confession just now, his expression changed several times, and in the end, he shook his head with a wry smile. He stretched out his hands and grabbed at the air. 2 boxes appeared in his palms. Yun Xiao stared at the 2 boxes for a while, then sighed and put them away. The 2 jade boxes contained the 9-5 Supreme Pill and the 10th grade Starburst Orchid. He had originally planned to take the 9-5 Supreme Pill and study the Starburst Orchid, but the state of his body made him completely lose the mood to take pills. After all, the 9-5 Supreme Pill was already a peerless pill. There were 1 less pill in the world every time he used it, so he couldn't waste it easily. The 10th grade Spirit Herb couldn't be used without absolute confidence. After putting away the 2 jade boxes, he swallowed some medicinal pills and natural treasures, and began to meditate in the air to regulate his origin power. After all, his body was riddled with holes and in a state of ruin. A few days later, a golden light was retracted inside. All of Yun Xiao's injuries had recovered, and he seemed to be under the influence of a wave of primordial energy. His skin was smoother than before. He came out of his meditation and checked his body. He muttered to himself for a while. Then he waved his right hand in the air. Several rays of light shot out and appeared in front of him one by one, turning into 12 puppets in total. Although their forms were simple and crude, each puppet was extremely lifelike. Under the simple shape, they had a moving expression and gave people a sense of pressure. They were the 6 Ding 6 Jia of that person from the MU clan. Tonight, the website's backend went haywire, and all the authors couldn't log in. I've been waiting until now, and it's finally done, Ingluo. Yun Xiao gave the 12 puppets a look. With a flash of light, a large cauldron flew out of his body. He struck the cauldron with a palm print, and countless white rays of light shot out, engulfing the 12 puppets in an instant. Yun Xiao quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands, and all kinds of patterns on the cauldron became full of spirit qi, as if they were alive, while the ancient Maha character kept flashing. Soon after, hundreds of materials were spread out in the sky. Under the control of his spiritual sense, they flew into the cauldron one by one and began to refine. A few days later, Yun Xiao put away the cauldron, and the 12 puppets were all refined. At first glance, they looked brand new. His dark skin reflected a 5-colored light under the light. Furthermore, not a single bit of origin power fluctuation could be felt from each of the puppets, as all of them were contained within. Only then did Yun Xiao put away the 12 puppets with satisfaction. Soon after, a blinding light suddenly flashed, followed by the trembling sound of a weapon, and a burst of moonlight. A beam of moonlight suddenly appeared in Yun Xiao's hand, and in it, a nearly transparent sword was flashing and extinguishing, letting out a cheerful cry. He used his divine sense to sense the sword, and his expression immediately changed, a trace of anger flashing through his eyes. Back then, he had left an extremely strong star-destroying sword intent on this sword, which could almost condense qi into a flying sword to kill. At this moment, the sword essence had disappeared. Yun Xiao's face darkened. The sword intent must have been taken away by someone. Since the sword had only circulated in Myriad Treasure Store's hands, the person who took it must have something to do with Myriad Treasure Store. If the sword intent was still there, it was almost like an additional life-saving charm. Even a peak 9-star expert could be killed by surprise. My sword is damaged. Could it be that someone forcefully broke it and took away the sword intent within? Xianxia caressed the sword, his eyes flashing with affection. A moment later, he appeared in the teleportation area of the small city. After paying enough vitality stones, he left in the light of teleportation. In the next moment, there was a spatial fluctuation in the sky above the small city. Suddenly, 2 men appeared. They were both extremely young, but their faces were filled with pride. They were obviously disciples from large sects. One of them was holding a circular formation plate and exclaimed, "Quickly look! There's a change in elemental energy." The other person stared at the disk array carefully and said, "Judging from the energy fluctuations, a high-level martial emperor has just left. It must be Li Yunxiao, whom we've been looking for. It seems that the news from the Star and Moon School is true," the person from before said in surprise. Hurry and send a message back. The destination of that wave of teleportation just now was Wufu." The other person crushed a jade token and sent a message. "Golden Zhang City?" he asked. "What? Our Biming family's Jinjiang City? What was he doing there? Ah, could it be for Yingluo?" The first person revealed a strange expression and nodded. "It's highly possible, but we don't need to worry about these things. Quickly send the message back, and it will be a great merit." The two of them hurriedly turned into a ray of light and flew towards the small city. Several hours later, outside another big city of the North region, Golden Zhang City, a flash of lightning was rapidly flying in the sky. The lightning movement technique could travel 10,000 miles in an instant, so fast that it was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. Half a day later, the lightning bolt finally stopped near a mountain. With a flash of lightning, Yunxiao's true body appeared, and his eyes were filled with surprise. The mountain in front of him was steep and towering. There was a faint red glow in the sky, and colorful clouds flew. It was a spiritual mountain and a treasure land. He took out an astrolabe and cast an incantation seal into it. All kinds of golden runes flew up, and a circle of light and shadow rippled out. Yunxiao carefully verified it, then put away the astrolabe and muttered to himself, "That's right, I've calculated it from Seawood Town's location. This should be the place that Leap Sect was talking about." Back then, Leap Sect had scattered pink crystal dust to teleport the gourd little King Kong away. According to the spatial location he had mentioned, it should be in this mountain range. Yunxiao took out a small golden box and opened it. A golden light flickered within the box, and a faint golden chi lingered around it. A diamond-shaped needle within the box began to spin. He stared at it for a while, and his eyebrows immediately rose, revealing a strange expression. The rhomboid needle swayed left and right at an extremely fast speed, unable to stop, as if it was broken. The golden chi kept flowing out of it, and there was a continuous trembling sound. "Interesting, Yingluo." Yunxiao closed the small box and stared at the mountain below with a thoughtful look. The 9th rank finger spirit disc can detect all 9th rank heavenly treasures within 1,000 li. It will also point to the item with the highest rank and character. Now that we can't point it out, it means that there are many treasures in this mountain range that are on the same level as the gourd little King Kong. The gourd little King Kong's body was made of northern heaven cold star iron, heavenly shining K gold, and countless other precious materials. It was extremely precious and should have been locked on by the finger spirit compass immediately. But this mountain range is so big. How can we find it? Yunxiao was a little worried as he spread out his divine sense below. Suddenly, he frowned and revealed a strange expression. In addition to the aura of a large number of demonic beasts, there were also traces of many humans. Yunxiao took out a white jade slip and scanned it between his eyebrows. The jade slip recorded the map of the entire North region. Although it was not complete, it was the most complete map that the human race in the realm of heavenly martial arts had explored. Countless places and territories flashed through his mind, and his divine sense finally located Jinjiang City. 150,000 miles south of Jinjiang City, a mountain range was marked with a faint white smoke. The Two-World Mountain was one of the 26 high-grade spirit veins under the Biming family's control. It's actually the Biming family's high-grade spirit vein. No wonder it's so rare. Xianxia was enlightened, but then he frowned and asked in confusion. If it's only a high-grade spiritual meridian, it shouldn't be able to interfere with the level 9 finger spirit plate. Even a supreme-grade spirit vein can't compare to the Northern Heaven Cold Star Iron. There must be a great treasure in this spirit vein. His eyes flickered as he looked at the mountain range below with greed. That's not right. This is the Biming family's high-grade spirit vein. It seems like it has been excavated for many years. Normally, a mine with such a large spirit vein would have a dedicated seeker spirit master to survey and estimate. This method is far more complicated and precise than the spirit finger plate. If there's a valuable treasure, there's no way we'll miss it. Xianxia thought for a while, but he could not figure it out. He turned around and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying into the mountain and landing directly next to a warrior who was in a hurry. Who is it? The man immediately noticed someone and shouted. He moved 100 feet away in an instant, then turned around vigilantly and stared at Xianxia while shouting, "Who are you? Are you from the Biming family, sir?" Xianxia chuckled. "Are you from the Biming family?" The man was dressed in a purple robe, and his eyes flickered as he said, "So what if I am? So what if I am not?" "This is the Biming family's high-grade spirit mine," Xianxia said. "It's normal if it is, but if it isn't, I'm sorry." "Sir, are you from the Biming family?" The man's eyes narrowed and he asked coldly. His question had exposed his identity. "No," Xianxia chuckled. "Then why the hell are you meddling in other people's business?" The man's eyes darkened. Xianxia blinked and said, "I'm just passing by. I'm a little curious. I noticed that there are many cultivators in the Two-World Mountain, but they don't seem to be from the Biming family. Humph, curiosity has always been the main cause of death. This mountain range is more than 100,000 miles away from the nearest Golden Zhang city." The man sneered and said mockingly, "It'll take several days to get there. You actually happen to pass by here and know that this is the Two-World Mountain. You also know that there are many cultivators who are not from the Biming family. TSK. This coincidence is really amazing. Why haven't I been coincidental before?" Xianxia burst into laughter. He knew that the other party was a cautious person, and he had seen through so many flaws at once. "I did come to the Two-World Mountain for something, but I don't know what happened to attract so many powerful cultivators. Isn't this the Biming family's high-grade spirit or vein? Who would dare to act so recklessly here?" The man obviously didn't believe him. He snorted and said, "You're pretending to be stupid, but in my eyes, you're really stupid. Please leave, I don't want to go with you." With a flick of the purple robe, the man was about to leave. Xianxia's figure flickered as he teleported in front of the man and reached out to block his way. The man was shocked, and his eyes were filled with anger as he shouted, "What are you doing?" A trace of fear flashed through his eyes. He was surprised at the speed of the other party's movement technique. He was completely unable to catch it. With a smile, Xianxia stretched out his hand and opened his palm. An ancient green jade appeared in his palm and he handed it over. "Please don't take offense, Your Excellency. I do have a private matter to attend to, and I don't know why so many warriors have suddenly appeared in Borderline Mountain. Please tell me. This piece of 9th grade blue jade can be considered as payment for the information." The man stared at the Lanlin jade in Xianxia's palm with a gloomy expression. After confirming that the jade was indeed a 9th grade item, he looked surprised and said, "You're really not playing dumb?" Xianxia threw the jade stone over with a smile and said, "People can play dumb, but this 9th grade item can't." That person took the jade and completely believed it. No one would be generous enough to give away 9th tier materials just to play dumb. With a flip of his hand, he kept the jade stone. His expression immediately became much gentler as he asked, "Then why did you come to the Two-World Mountain?" "I'm looking for something that has been lost," Xianxia said. "It used to be mine. I've recently received news that the item should be in the Two-World Mountain." The man frowned, as if he could not understand. But seeing that Xianxia was unwilling to say more, he did not ask further. Actually, it's not a secret. It has already spread in Jinjiang City. The miners in the Two-World Mountain found something unusual not long ago. The entire mountain range glowed at night. A treasure? Xianxia blurted out in surprise. A treasure has appeared? The man glanced at him and continued. In the beginning, the people of the Biming family also thought so. They dug a huge mine, and inside it was a ruin that used to be inhabited. It covered an area of tens of thousands of acres. Tens of thousands of mu? Xianxia was taken aback, and his eyes flickered as if he had understood something. So you're saying that this place used to be a sect, but was later buried in history? You're not from this area, are you? The man asked. Indeed, Xianxia said. I just came to the north not long ago. The man nodded and said, That's it. Otherwise, it's impossible that you don't even know about the Two-World Mountain, which used to be a holy land for reclusive cultivators. The Two-World Mountain had a great reputation in the area of Jinjiang City. Although it was not a sect, it was more famous than a sect. Back then, almost all of the wandering cultivators in the north region gathered here and made this spiritual mountain and great river their temporary residence for cultivation. I see, Xianxia said. It turns out to be an organization of itinerant cultivators. The place that the Biming family discovered this time should be the base of this rogue cultivator organization. Even if a treasure was discovered, why didn't they seal the mountain? With the Biming family's strength, even if they don't send any experts, as long as they issue a Biming order, no one would dare to enter this mountain. That person said, You're right. When we first discovered the ancient martial arts ruins in the Two-World Mountain, the Biming family did seal off the mountain range and explored the area on their own. However, not only did we not find any treasures, but powerhouses also fell one after another. Even the two high-level martial sovereigns who were in charge of this mountain range died one after another. What? Xianxia was taken aback. How did this happen? The power of a high-level martial sovereign is enough to change the world and the stars. Even if he dies, it must be a grand event and cause a great commotion. That should have been the case, but the truth is that the two high-level martial supremes died inexplicably just like that, the man said. A trace of fear appeared on his face as he said, After that, the Biming family investigated for a long time, but they were still unable to find out the reason. However, the strange phenomenon in the night sky was still as strong as ever. Xianxia looked a little enlightened as he said, I roughly understand what happened next. With the Biming family's nature, they would definitely transfer the risk to someone else. Thus, they opened the seal and spread the news, asking everyone to take the risk and die for them. The man was a little surprised, and he could not help but give Xianxia a few more looks as he praised. That's right. This time it was Yunxiao's turn to feel strange. Since you know it's so dangerous, why are you all so eager to come over? Don't tell me you guys think that you're even more powerful than the Biming family. No, I didn't. It's because there's been a rumor circulating in Jinjiang City these days, the man said with a chuckle. He blinked and continued. A miracle has reappeared in the Two-World Mountain. It's a great opportunity, but it's not a blessing. Yunxiao's face darkened, and he could not help but mock. Sure enough, the treasure has blinded my eyes. This is obviously a little trick by the Biming family to trick everyone into taking the risk for them. The powerhouses who can cultivate to the rank of Martial Supreme are all extremely talented and have encountered many opportunities. Can't you see through this little scheme? The man chuckled and touched the tip of his nose with his finger. It's no wonder you think this way, it's human nature. However, what if I tell you that this prophecy comes from the mystic divine lot? Xianxia trembled and said in surprise, The Duanmu family's mystic divine lot? Is that true? Of course it's true, the man replied with a straight face. Many experts had seen it with their own eyes, and even the Biming family started to pay special attention to it. I originally thought that it was just a small ruin with at most some small things emerging, but now I've sent an old man over. The old Su of the Biming family must be a 9-stars martial emperor. Yunxiao's face turned serious as he said in a deep voice, The Duanmu family may be mysterious, but their divination skills are unparalleled. Furthermore, they won't just randomly perform divinations for no reason. It seems like the situation here is extremely special. Yes, the man said. Moreover, the Duanmu family's divination techniques are divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. The fact that the phenomenon here requires the use of a black-level divine lot is already enough to explain the problem. Xianxia's face was full of thought. He had originally only come to find the gourd little King Kong. Everything was within his calculations. With the specific coordinates and the finger spirit plate, it wouldn't take him a few days. However, not only did the spiritual pointing plate lose its effectiveness, but it also involved the Duanmu family's mystic divine lot. It would be difficult to solve this problem in a short time. Then what does the prophecy mean by a great opportunity is a blessing but not a blessing? He asked. The man laughed. As long as it's an opportunity, it will always involve disputes of interests, and it will definitely cause a bloody storm. In the end, only the capable can occupy it. As for those who are incapable, it's naturally not a blessing. Xianxia frowned. He felt that the explanation was a little far-fetched, but it was reasonable. Does the mysterious god's lot state when the divine miracle will descend? Tomorrow, the man replied. Such a coincidence? Xianxia suddenly had a strange feeling. He had just arrived, and he had already encountered such a thing. It was as if the so-called miracle was waiting for him. Hee, the man said. Everyone who has come to the Two-World Mountain is for this. I'm afraid there will be more people coming tomorrow. I can see that you have extraordinary skills, so no matter what it is, it's better to put it aside first and wait for the divine miracle to be over. Fine, Xianxia said. I have no idea what I want to do. I'll just wait and see what the so-called miracle is. If that's the case, why don't you and I form an alliance and travel together? We can look out for each other. One must know that many experts would seek an alliance at this moment. After all, their strength was limited. Let's not talk about the other cultivators. Just the Biming family alone is enough to give everyone a headache. Xianxia thought for a moment, then refused. Forget it. I'm used to being alone. I like to be free. I'm really sorry. The smile on that person's face froze and gradually turned cold. He snorted. Since that's the case, I won't force you. I've already told you everything I need to say. It's worth that blue jade. I wish you good luck. He cupped his fists and did not stay any longer. He used his body technique and disappeared into the mountain range in a few flashes. Since the mystic divine lot has appeared, this miracle is most likely true. I wonder if anyone from the Duanmu family has appeared here. Xianxia fell into deep thought alone. He took out the finger spirit plate again, only to see that the needle was still shaking violently. He couldn't locate it at all, so he could only sigh helplessly. Then, he used his divine perception to scan the entire mountain range. He found that there were indeed more and more martial artists. Moreover, most of them seemed to have gathered in a mountain valley hundreds of miles away. After thinking about it for a while, he understood that the call must be an important place, and the purple-robed man must have something else to say. He immediately took to the air and flew towards the call at a normal speed, so as to avoid attracting attention if his escape technique was too fast. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, there was indeed a flat plot of land in the depths of the mountain range that was over 1,000 acres in size. Xianxia observed the area carefully. The call was in the middle of several peaks, and it seemed to be an important mining area for spirit ores, as there were broken stones scattered all over the place. Moreover, there were traces of excavation all around. At least half of the flat land was excavated by man. He stood in the air and looked down, immediately attracting the attention of many people. Although there were people flying around in the sky, most of them were people with limited strength. A high-level martial supreme like him was still very eye-catching. Xianxia's divine sense swept across the area without restraint, and he could not help but frown. There was not a single high-level martial emperor, not even the purple-robed man he had met earlier. He looked around and flew down, landing beside a tall and strong man. With a flick of his finger, The barrier's power spread out and turned into a circular barrier that directly covered the two of them. The man was greatly alarmed and revealed a look of horror. He said in terror, "My lord, what are you doing?" "Don't be nervous," Xianxia said. "I'm just asking you a few questions. You just have to answer them truthfully." The burly man breathed a sigh of relief. Since the other party had said so, he would certainly not hurt him casually. Moreover, there were many cultivators here, so he should not act rashly. He was only at the peak of the martial honor realm. He had come here to test his luck and see if he could have the opportunity to break through to the martial supreme realm. "I don't know what your excellency wants to ask, but I will definitely tell you everything I know." The burly man's expression immediately became respectful and well-behaved. Xianxia's aura made him afraid to show even the slightest hint of anger. "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "Why is everyone gathered here? Could it be that this is the place where the miracle appeared?" "That's not the case," the burly man replied. "Because the phenomenon is right above us. Moreover, the terrain here is flat, so it's easy to gather people." Xianxia nodded secretly. It was almost as he had expected. He continued to ask, "Why is this place filled with people with weak cultivation bases? There isn't even a high-level martial supreme here." The burly man was taken aback. He could not tell Xianxia's cultivation base, but judging from his tone, he seemed to be a high-level martial sovereign. "Those powerful lords have all entered the ruins. We don't dare to enter because we are too weak. In addition, there are people from the Biming family guarding the place, so those who don't meet the requirements aren't allowed to enter." He spoke in one breath, not even daring to breathe. Although he appeared to be very respectful on the surface, he was still suspicious in his heart. Although he could not see through Xianxia's cultivation base, his age was indeed true. He could not believe that the man in front of him was a high-level martial sovereign. "I see." "Yes." Xianxia nodded and said, "Where is the relic? What are the conditions to enter?" The burly man pointed with his finger and said, "There's a mine tunnel at the bottom of the mountain in the north that leads directly to the relic. The whole relic is actually just below this kernel. It's many times wider than this flat land. As for the entry requirements, I'm not sure about them." Xianxia looked in the direction the burly man was pointing. He could vaguely see that someone seemed to be guarding the foot of the mountain to the north. "One last question. Did the Duanmu family send anyone here?" he asked. "I'm weak, so I know nothing about this," the burly man replied after a pause. His heart skipped a beat when he saw Xianxia frowning slightly, and he said in a hurry, "But I heard that the mysterious divine lot was personally displayed by the Duanmu family in Jinjiang City. If the rumors are true, I believe someone will come." He also looked uncertain. Xianxia knew that he could not get any more information, so he said, "You can leave now." A green light flashed around him and the barrier disappeared. He took a step forward and disappeared. The big man was startled and came back to his senses. He looked as if he had just survived a disaster and hurriedly walked away, heading to a place with many people. With a few flashes, Xianxia arrived at the northern side of the kernel. A solitary and steep peak was inserted in the call, blocking out the sun and the stars. At the foot of the lone peak, among the cypress trees and green pines, a flat road was opened up. There were deep wool tracks on it, obviously used to transport ores. "Who is there?" "Stop!" The end of the road led to the bottom of the lone peak. In front of a large mine, two warriors stood, one of them frowning and shouting towards the blue light. At the same time, the two of them clenched their fists, and elemental energy waves spread out. They were extremely vigilant. Xianxia's figure appeared in the blue light. He glanced at the two men indifferently and said, "I want to go in." The pupils of the person on the left contracted. He swept his divine sense over and immediately touched a barrier. He only felt his whole body tremble. He hurriedly pulled his other companion to the side and said respectfully, "Your Excellency, please come in." With an expressionless face, Xianxia flew into the cave with a flash of green light. The two guards in front of the mine entrance heaved a sigh of relief. The man on the right asked doubtfully, "Such an unfamiliar and young face. How could he have a cultivation level that even you and I can't detect? Could there be a trap? The man on the left glared at him and snorted coldly. Maybe he specialized in cultivating his divine sense, or maybe he used some kind of treasure. Under the circumstances where we don't know the other party's background, we shouldn't look for trouble for no reason, in case we get into trouble. The man on the right nodded. That's true. If his cultivation wasn't high enough and he forced himself into it, he might have died inside. Well, he's courting his own death. Who can he blame? The person on the left sneered. The two of them ignored him and continued to stand in front of the door, cultivating with their eyes half closed. Not long after, a few powerful auras suddenly hit them in the face. The two of them were shocked and opened their eyes in horror. There were 3 more people in front of him. The old man on the left had white sideburns and a ruddy face. The old man on the right had a head full of messy hair and a messy beard. His face was covered with wrinkles and he was dressed in a tattered brocade blue robe. One look and one could tell that he was the kind of person who did not care about his appearance. The 2 old men's auras were astonishing, and they did not hide their emperor chi at all. They had a lofty appearance, as if they did not put outsiders in their eyes at all. The woman in the middle was wearing a long white dress with pink patterns embroidered on the wide hem. She had a 10-foot-long purple silk scarf on her arm. Although her face was covered with a light veil, her eyes were watery, and her sharp gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. She had a light air about her, giving people a sense of beauty and elegance. The 2 guards were shocked. Just as they were about to ask, the woman in the palace dress asked in a soft voice, "How many people have gone in?" The voice was soft and clear, extremely moving. The guard on the left swallowed and quickly replied respectfully, "Sir, more than 30 people have entered. So many." The ruddy old man frowned and said, "They're all high-level martial sovereigns?" The guard on the left replied, "Our strength is limited, so we'll let anyone who can't see through their cultivation in." Humph, the 2 of you are only at the peak of the martial honor realm. It seems like those 30-odd people are only martial supremes. There aren't many experts here. A look of disdain appeared on the dirty-faced old man's face. Could it be that the Biming family, as one of the 7 superpowers, can't even send out a martial sovereign? Aren't you afraid of becoming a laughingstock by letting 2 martial venerable dogs guard the door? The 2 guards' faces immediately revealed shock and anger. The one on the right shouted, "Since you dare to speak such arrogant words, you must be someone with a great background. Please state your name so that we can pay our respects. 2 revered martial artist dogs are not worthy of asking for my name." The old man sneered. "You coward!" The 2 guards' faces were filled with anger, and their eyes were almost spewing fire. However, the 3 people in front of them had extraordinary auras. If they were to act rashly, they might be instantly killed. Although he was about to explode from anger, he suppressed his emotions and did not dare to speak. The white-haired old man's eyes turned dark as he glanced at the unkempt old man. He seemed to be very dissatisfied, but he did not say anything. The woman's face was covered with a thin veil, so her expression couldn't be seen, but her eyes were still watery and emotionless. She continued to ask, "Is Lord Yuan Hai inside?" The 2 guards were shocked, and their expressions kept changing. The one on the right cupped his fists and said, "Lord Yuan Hai has already entered." "All right, let's go in." The lady in the court dress nodded gently. Without waiting for the 2 guards to agree, there was a flash of light, and the 3 of them completely disappeared from the entrance of the mine. The 2 of them were stunned for a while before their faces darkened. The face of the person on the left turned ashen as he said hatefully, "Where did this wild dog come from? It's best to die inside." The expression of the person on the right changed for a moment before sighing. "Everyone below the martial supreme realm is an ant. It's our fault for being stuck at this stage. Don't be too angry. That woman seems to know Lord Yuan Hai. If they hear us, we'll be in big trouble." The face of the person on the left turned gloomy for a long time, and he didn't say anything. After Yunxiao entered the mine, he went deep into it along the largest tunnel. After walking for a few miles, it finally became wider and wider. Suddenly, a beam of light shone, and a whole new world appeared in front of them. The bright light was like the morning sun. There were clusters of grass and trees that seemed to have been petrified and reached into the sky. At a glance, Xianxia saw that it was indeed thousands of acres in size, and all kinds of wind and water were constantly flowing into his ears. It was obviously a living place. The ruins were dotted with damaged houses, and there were more than 1,000 of them. He turned into a ray of light and flew above the ruins. His divine sense kept scanning the surroundings, and other than sensing the origin power fluctuations of martial artists in the distance, he did not find anything unusual. He then took out the finger spirit plate and opened the box, only to be stunned. The needle on the disc was no longer moving. Instead, it was pointing straight in a direction, the center of the ruins. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then put away the spirit finger disc and headed in the direction it pointed. Soon, a huge altar appeared in front of them. The altar was more than 1,000 feet high, like a mountain. It was made of white jade and was surrounded by dense spiritual qi. White light seeped out from the spiritual qi, like 4 huge crystal jade lampshades. In addition, there were hundreds of identical altars of different sizes, like stars surrounding the moon. They were also shrouded in a layer of spiritual qi as thin as silver threads and as thin as gauze. It was only then that Xianxia realized that all the light in the ruins came from there. From time to time, the figures of martial artists flashed across the hundreds of altars. They had probably already searched all of them. He stopped in the sky alone and looked down, deep in thought. Then, his body became blurry and he could not see clearly. A figure seemed to overlap with his body as he walked out directly. It was Array Master P67. Young Master Yun, why have you summoned me? P67 hurriedly saluted Xianxia while looking around. When he saw the hundreds of altars below, he was even more surprised. We are in a mine in the borderline mountain of the north, Xianxia said. It should be a relic left by ancient martial cultivators. What do you think of the altars below? P67 took a look at those altars, and his expression changed drastically. He said in shock, This is a buy-in. Other than shock, there was also disbelief and uncertainty on his face. Just say it, Xianxia said. Gulp. P67 swallowed with difficulty and said in shock, The 4 sides of these altars look like the legendary Eternal Brightness Wall. Xianxia's expression froze as he said in surprise, Are you talking about the Eternal Light Wall that is used to maintain the life force and the soul? Yes. So young Master Yun also knows about this Eternal Brightness Wall. P67 bowed and respectfully explained, The Eternal Brightness Wall is the best way to maintain a person's undying array. Usually, when the severely injured are placed inside, not only can they retain their life force, but they can also slowly recover, so it is also called the Undying Wall. It's just that the method to create this material and its formation have long been lost. Xianxia suddenly felt an inexplicable fear in his heart, and he could not help but shiver. P67 sensed his abnormality and said in a strange tone, Young Master Yun, what's wrong? Xianxia licked his dry lips and said slowly, Don't you think all of these altars are filled with living people? P67 sucked in a breath of cold air, and his face turned pale. The 2 of them were already high up in the sky, and all they could feel was the cold wind. They felt an unspeakable chill, and a chill ran down their spines to their heads. Ha, ha ha. P67 laughed dryly, wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and said awkwardly, How can you really be immortal? The wall of eternal brightness was only there to maintain life and delay death. These ruins look like they're at least tens of thousands of years old. It'd be strange if they could survive. Xianxia's face was still solemn, and he was not as optimistic as P67. This was because he had personally experienced such a living example. Shang, Li, Ege, and Fu, these 5-peak monster race experts, had been sleeping in the soft song forest for tens of thousands of years. When they found the 5 of them, they were basically dying. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, the 4 demons had worked together to help Shang comprehend the 10 rules in the armillary sphere, which resulted in the loss of too much power. If it was just a deep sleep, The sacrificial formation under the light-singing forest might have been able to last for tens of thousands of years. When Piyu Jinshan saw Yunxiao's face turning uglier and uglier, he smiled embarrassedly and comforted him. "Young Master Yun, you're thinking too much. These ruins might have been here for 100,000 years. There isn't even a dead ghost here, let alone a living person." Yunxiao shook his head slightly, knowing that things were not that simple. Firstly, many experts had already died in the ruins, and even the Baiming family couldn't find out the cause. Secondly, even the Duanmu family's divine lot had appeared. It was enough to show the severity of the matter. "Take a look again," he said. "Other than the four sides of the altar being constructed by the eternal brightness wall, is there anything special?" "A special place, Ingluo." Piyu Jinshan took a closer look, and his expression quickly changed as he said in shock, "The stars surround the moon, the star chart." Yunxiao nodded. "Yes, it is arranged according to the stars, and even its size corresponds to the stars in the sky. But I look a little unfamiliar with it, and I can't remember which star map it is. There are billions of stars in the sky. Who can remember all of them?" Piyu Jinshan said. However, the star chart was almost the same. It was nothing more than borrowing the power of the stars. This area seemed to be in a daze. He frowned and revealed a confused look. "No, this can't be right. How can this be?" "What?" Piyu Jinshan was shocked and said, "These are the parts of the three-star region maps combined. It's a random star map in the big picture of the stars, but it occupies three-star areas at the same time. That's why it's so messy. It's not impossible to randomly select a star domain," Yunxiao said with a frown. "It's just that the power of an incomplete star array will be greatly reduced. The person who set up such a scheme back then should have understood." Piyu Jinshan also revealed a strange expression and didn't know how to explain, so he could only say, "This area is not only set up on the eye of the spiritual vein, but it also borrows the power of the stars. It must not be simple." "I'll go down and take a look," Yunxiao said. "You can come down with me." "Yes, yes," Piyu Jinshan replied. He had also aroused great interest in this area and hoped to study it further. The two of them turned into rays of light and flew down. They passed through the layers of spiritual chi mist and landed on the largest altar, immediately attracting everyone's attention. The jade on the altar glowed like a pearl, accompanied by a slight chill that made people want to touch it. Piyu Jinshan couldn't hold it in any longer. He squatted down and used his hand to wipe the floor on the stage. The white light shone on his face, and his eyes were filled with amazement. Yunxiao also carefully observed the altar. The entire platform was not flat, but uneven. Not only were there many huge stone pillars, but there were also sunken places. All of these seemed to have been deliberately built. He flew up and stepped on the highest pillar, looking around. All the altars in the surroundings were exactly the same. The only difference was their size. "You too, come here." Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, and it was directed at Yunxiao and Piyu Jinshan. The two of them turned around at the same time and saw a few people standing in a corner of the altar. In front of them was a table with many memorial tablets. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He could tell at a glance that these people were from the Baiming family from their temperament and appearance. He also recognized the person in the lead. More than 20 years ago, this person was a 9-stars martial sovereign and one of the elders of the Baiming family Baiming Yuan Hai. Piyu Jinshan raised his head, straightened his body, and said with some fear, "What's the matter? I told you to come over, so come over. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" One of the experts from the Baiming family shouted as his eyes flashed with a cold light. Piyu Jinshan's face darkened, and his eyes flickered with anger, but he did not dare to say a word. Instead, he raised his head and looked at Yunxiao. Yunxiao's eyes gleamed with cold light, and a mocking smile hung on the corner of his mouth. That expert was furious and was about to explode, but he was stopped by the dark North Yuan Ocean. He was extremely thin and tall, with slanted eyebrows and long cheeks. His temperament was extremely cold, which was the result of years of cultivation of the profound cold chi. He slowly raised his eyes and looked Yunxiao up and down. His eyelids twitched slightly as he said, "Kid, who are you?" Yunxiao sneered as he stood still on the jade pillar. "What does it have to do with you? Impudent! Do you know who this lord in front of you is?" The expert from before shouted angrily, as if he was scolding him for failing to recognize Mount Tai. He said coldly and arrogantly, "This lord is an elder of Beiming Dark Palace, Lord Beiming Yuanhai." He had thought that the other party would be shocked and obediently admit his mistake. The result stunned everyone. The other party looked as if he had never heard of the Beiming Yuanxi. Only Pu Jinshan's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with shock and fear. "Then, do you know who I am?" Yunxiao asked. "I don't know." The man frowned. Other than curiosity, there was also undisguisable contempt in his eyes, as if he was saying, "Who do you think you are?" Yunxiao smiled as he jumped off the pillar and grabbed Pu Jinshan. The two of them turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of everyone with a whoosh. Only a long laugh could be heard. "Haha, it's good that you don't know." The members of the Beiming family were instantly stunned and dumbfounded. "Damn it! You dare to trick me!" The man was furious and was about to give chase. "Forget it," said the Dark North Yuanhai. His voice was cold, causing everyone to shiver. "Yes," the man hurriedly responded and didn't dare to pursue. "There's something strange about that brat. He's not as simple as he looks on the surface. Don't make any trouble at this moment." The Dark North Primordial Sea looked at the memorial tablets and said, "Including the two of them, there are a total of 37 people on this altar." The tablets on the table were all exactly the same, except for the names engraved on them. There were 4 rows of tablets, a total of 35 tablets. The words, "Dark North Primordial Ocean," were written on the front. "If these two don't imprint a trace of their natal primordial spirit, we won't know even if they die," said an expert behind him. "It doesn't matter," said the Dark North Primordial Sea. "It doesn't matter if 1 or 2 more people die. The key is to find out the cause of their death." Bang! All of a sudden, a spirit tablet on the table flashed with golden light before exploding with a bang and dissipating. Then, a ka sound came from the memorial tablet. The 3 words by Zifeng on it instantly split open, and the entire memorial tablet became dull. "Another one died. 7 people have already died since we entered this place," someone behind him exclaimed. The other person said in a serious voice, "This person's cultivation is an advanced 7 stars martial sovereign. The highest cultivation base among the 6 people in front of us is only a 5-star martial sovereign. It seems that the danger of this place is even higher than we had expected." The face of the Dark North Primordial Sea was still gloomy. He didn't express any opinion, allowing his subordinates to make all kinds of guesses and calculations. At this moment, many people came in one after another. They were all ordered to leave their life imprints. Most of the people obediently followed his orders. Even if they were extremely unwilling, they did not dare to resist. However, there was one 4-star martial emperor who was too stubborn and refused to cooperate. He was killed by a Beiming family's expert with 1 slash. Yunxiao and Pu Jinshan went to some of the smaller altars around them to check. The entire altar was a single entity, and there were no gaps or doors that could be used to enter. They checked a few in a row, but all of them were the same. Finally, they gave up and stood on a medium-sized altar. Young Master Yun, apart from the eternal brightness wall and the chaotic layout of the star field, "There's nothing else unusual here," Pu Jinshan said. "I know," Yunxiao said. "Thank you for your hard work. You can go back now." At this moment, Pu Jinshan could no longer play any role, so he put Pu Jinshan into the Divine Realm tablet and began to think alone. Originally, it was extremely normal for there to be no problems, but the key was that they couldn't find any problems but people kept dying. "It's you." Suddenly, a familiar voice came, interrupting Yunxiao's thoughts. Yunxiao turned around, and 2 beams of light instantly landed on the altar. One of them was a handsome man in white with a smile on his face, while the other was in a purple robe with a cold face. It was the man they had met in the mountain. Yunxiao's eyes swept across the room and immediately stopped on the man in white. He seemed to be sizing him up with great interest, and his brows immediately furrowed. The man in white smiled and did not take it to heart. He only nodded slightly as a form of greeting. "I knew you would come in," the purple-robed man said. "You should be aware of the current situation, right? You can reconsider the alliance I proposed earlier." "Oh," Yunxiao said. "I really don't see the need to join forces." The purple-robed man's expression changed. He seemed to be angry as he shouted in a low voice, "Do you know that 4 to 5 martial emperor powerhouses have already died here in just a short while?" Yunxiao's heart stirred as he said in a deep voice, "How did he die?" The purple-robed man shook his head with a serious expression and said with difficulty, "I don't know." He looked at Yunxiao coldly. "It's because I don't know that it's even more dangerous. And even if there's nothing unusual, how can we fight against Beiming Dark Palace when we're all alone?" Yunxiao fell silent. The purple-robed man saw that he seemed to be moved and immediately struck while the iron was hot. "Not only Beiming Dark Palace, as far as I know, a few 9-star martial sovereigns will also come, including the Duanmu family's experts." Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly, but they returned to normal in the blink of an eye. However, the light in his eyes seemed to have turned cloudy. "Even if you want to form an alliance, you have to let me see the value of the alliance." The purple-robed man was stunned for a moment. Then he clapped his hands and laughed. "Of course! We must be equal in strength to truly benefit each other." He pointed to the man in white beside him and introduced, "This is an ally that I've just befriended. He's an advanced 7-star martial emperor, Bai Zifeng." Bai Zifeng nodded and smiled. The curve of his lips was just right, almost perfect. "Brother Zifeng, your cultivation base seems a little strange," Yunxiao said. "May I know what cultivation technique you are cultivating?" Only then did Bai Zifeng smile. "I made some mistakes while practicing. Sorry to have embarrassed myself." A strange expression appeared on the purple-robed man's face. He couldn't help but size up Bai Zifeng a few more times and said, "Brother Zifeng, are you feeling unwell? I have some medicinal pills here that can be used to strengthen one's foundation and cultivate one's vitality." He took out several kinds of medicinal pills and handed them over. Among them, there were extraordinary high-quality pills with an overbearing spiritual qi. Bai Zifeng's smile faded as he frowned and said in a deep voice, "I really don't need it. It's just that my elemental energy is a little chaotic." The purple-robed man then retracted his hand and said, "All right, let's form an alliance and attack and defend together. If you have any difficulties or needs, just tell me. Don't be polite." Only then did Bai Zifeng's expression change slightly, and he nodded. The purple-robed man continued his introduction. "I'm Yen. I'm also a 7-stars martial emperor. The three of us have the same strength. We're quite fated." "Young Master Yun," Yunxiao said. "You can call me Young Master Yun." The purple-robed man frowned and was slightly unhappy, but he did not say anything. On the other hand, Bai Zifeng's expression was calm. He still had a smile on his face, as if he hadn't heard the conversation between the two. Yunxiao ignored Yi Yan's displeasure and said, "There's no sound other than dead silence." It was too unbelievable that he could kill a martial emperor powerhouse without a sound. "If it were us, even if we couldn't defeat them, we would at least be able to let out a cry before we die." Yen said sternly, "That's what I'm most afraid of. Furthermore, the expert who died has completely disappeared. Even his corpse can't be found. Could he have been swallowed by the altar?" "Swallowed? Brother Yen, are you saying that these altars are alive?" Yunxiao raised an eyebrow and fell into deep thought. "Ha! I'm just casually guessing." Yen laughed and denied himself. "How is that possible?" Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he pointed a finger into the distance and said, "But I just felt that the altars seemed to have changed." What change?" Yen asked in shock. "I was here just now," Yunxiao said. "I used my divine sense to check the entire area, and the altar suddenly disappeared from my perception." "There's such a thing?" Yen was shocked. He hurriedly spread his divine sense over, but there was no one on the altar several miles away, and nothing was wrong. Yen frowned and said, "Young Master Yun, are you mistaken? There doesn't seem to be any difference." A strange expression appeared on his face as he said, "Young Master Yun, did you just say that your divine sense can radiate to the entire area?" Yun Xiao did not answer the question, but said, "It did disappear from my perception just now, and then it reappeared. It completely disappeared out of thin air and appeared out of thin air. However, the altar is always there. I can see it clearly, but I can't sense it with my soul consciousness." Yen fell into deep thought. Now that young Master Yun has put it this way, it's indeed a little strange. "Why don't the three of us go over and investigate?" he asked. "No need to investigate," Yun Xiao said. "Just ask Brother Zifeng." What do you mean by that?" Yen was shocked. He then looked at Bai Zifeng, and his expression changed as he retreated in shock. The smile on Bai Zifeng's face was long gone. In its place was a ferocious expression, and his eyes flashed with a strange light. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as he said coldly, "Brother Zifeng, please tell us what happened at the altar." "When I lost contact with the altar, Brother Zifeng happened to be there. Unfortunately, my eyesight is also very good, but I can't see Brother Zifeng's shadow at all. When the altar reappeared in my perception, Zifeng also appeared." Yen was shocked. "By Zifeng," he said. "Is that true? What happened there?" "Humph." Bai Zifeng let out a heavy snort. It was heavy and vexed, and it didn't sound human at all. Along with the sound came a rotten smell, so rotten that it made people extremely uncomfortable. Yan's expression changed drastically. His purple robe made fluttering sounds as his essence force surged out. A thin layer of spiritual mist enveloped his body, making him extremely alert. Bai Zifeng's body began to change subtly. Aside from a pungent smell, green spots began to appear on his smooth skin. "Livor mortis?" Yen was shocked and exclaimed, "Young Master Yun, what's wrong with him?" "What?" Yun Xiao turned his eyes and said, "Compared to him, I'm more concerned about what's going on with this altar we're on." "An altar? What do you mean by that?" Yen was shocked. He quickly scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and said, "There's nothing unusual." "Look at the main altar in the center," Yun Xiao said. "It's the main altar." Yan's divine sense quickly spread out into the distance. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly and he said in horror, "He's gone? The people of the Baiming family and the other cultivators have all disappeared." Yun Xiao smiled wryly. "They're not the ones who disappeared. It should be us. This altar should have undergone the same changes as the one I had observed before. Or perhaps some kind of restriction had been activated, so they were separated into two different worlds. Bai Zifeng must have been hit at that time, so he became like this." Yan's face turned green and he looked extremely ugly. "Does that mean we've been tricked too?" Yun Xiao crossed his arms over his chest and said indifferently, "Not yet, but if I can't beat Brother Zifeng, I'll probably fall for it." The two of them were on high alert as they stared at Bai Zifeng. The changes on Bai Zifeng's body were getting more and more obvious. His face had peeled off, and there was not a single piece of undamaged skin on his body. His entire body was rotting. "Ah!" Bai Zifeng opened his mouth and exhaled. He was like a rotten corpse that had been sleeping for countless years, and the air around him immediately turned sour. Both of them almost vomited as Emperor Qi gushed out of their bodies and separated the air from the outside world. Yen pulled a long face. How did he become like this all of a sudden? His mind and everything else were normal before this. Yun Xiao's eyes were also filled with disgust as he said, "Ask him. Although his appearance has changed, his mind might not have." After Bai Zifeng exhaled, he raised his head. His two eyeballs were completely exposed, as if they were stuck to his face. He turned a few times, opened his mouth, and a low, rotten voice came out. "Vitality Mayfly, I want Vitality Mayfly. You guys, give me some Vitality Mayfly. Are you Bai Zifeng or someone else?" Yen asked warily. Bai Zifeng slowly shifted his body and walked towards the two of them. "Bai Zifeng, of course I'm Bai Zifeng. Why am I so talented?" Why am I so handsome? I'm the one who's rotten, not you guys. Why? Yunxiao and Yi Yan exchanged a look. They both touched their hair, tidied their robes, stuck out their chests, and raised their chins slightly. Give me back my life force. A loud roar came from Bai Zifeng's mouth, and his entire face became even more terrifying. Bang! Bai Zifeng's body swayed, and the air around him was compressed. His entire body shot out at an extremely fast speed, and he threw a punch. The speed of the punch was so fast that it created sparks. With a boom, it hit where Yi Yan was. The two of them were prepared. Yi Yan dodged in an instant. The wind on his fist exploded and flames scattered, scattering the afterimages. Bai Zifeng's eyes, which were stuck to his face, turned to look at Yunxiao. Looking at his face, Yunxiao felt disgusted. The space around him trembled, and he teleported away, landing on a jade stone pillar on the altar in the next moment. Ah! Bai Zifeng spat out another mouthful of corpse qi. His body flickered as well, and he charged towards Yi Yan. This time, his speed seemed to be even faster than before. Yi Yan was shocked. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. A golden light flashed in his hand, and a blade light burst out. Bang! The blade collided with the tip of Bai Zifeng's fist, and a bright light spread out. The blade was blocked by a green corpse qi, unable to harm his body. Yi Yan and Yunxiao's pupils constricted as they stared at the layer of green corpse qi. Ah! Bai Zifeng roared and increased the strength in his hand. The green corpse qi swelled up and finally exploded with a bang. Yi Yan's expression changed and he shouted, "Sky illuminating cloud!" The golden air blade in his hand shook, and suddenly, a blade flower bloomed, turning into shadows that filled the sky. Countless runes flew out from the blade, and all the blade shadows froze, forming an invisible wall of blades. It separated the green corpse qi and collapsed. The transparent wall of blades fell and split into countless blade shadows, slashing down. Bang! 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 The saber shadows were abnormally sharp, tearing apart the corpse qi on Bai Zifeng's body and directly slashing at his physical body. Ah! Bai Zifeng was suppressed by the saber qi and couldn't fight back. His body was cut inch by inch, and a pained expression appeared on his face as he let out a muffled groan. After a rain of blades, his rotten body was riddled with holes. However, Bai Zifeng did not die. Instead, he turned his eyes and looked at Yi Yan. Yi Yan jumped in fright under that terrifying gaze. He felt a chill run up his spine to the back of his head. For some reason, he felt cold all over. Boom! Suddenly, there was a flash of red light and a ball of flame exploded above his head. Ah! Yi Yan's body dodged. His hair was burnt and disheveled. He jumped out of the fire in a sorry state. What are you doing? His face was full of anger as he glared at the sky. Where the flame exploded, the space rippled, and Yunxiao's figure emerged. He raised his hand, and a few beams of light shot down. Yi Yan's pupils shrank. He saw that there seemed to be something in the light. His 5 fingers reached out and grabbed the light in the air. He studied it carefully. He saw that a few rice-like things had been burnt black. Even so, he could still see their shape at a glance. Yi Yan's body trembled. Corpse-rotting bugs, he exclaimed in shock. It's not an ordinary corpse-rotting worm, Yunxiao said. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to sneak into you without a sound. Yi Yan couldn't help but shiver in fear. He said awkwardly, Thank you. Thank you so much. He glanced at Bai Zifeng. He really couldn't imagine what it felt like to be in that state. The gratitude he felt for Yunxiao immediately exploded. These mutated corpse-rotting bugs should be the murderer. But where did the people who died before go? Did they become like this like Bai Zifeng? As soon as he finished speaking, the space above Bai Zifeng twisted, and more than a dozen figures appeared out of thin air. They were all ordinary rotting bodies that emitted a strong corpse qi. Yi Yan shut his mouth immediately. He wanted to slap himself. Although the rotten bodies looked extremely tattered, the corpse qi on them was even more severe than Bai Zifeng's. They no longer looked like they did before. What do we do? In his horror, he flew up and stood side by side with Yunxiao, raising his saber vigilantly. These people don't seem to be weaker than Bai Zifeng, he said. It's all right, Yunxiao said. Leave it to me. Eh? What did he say? Yen was stunned for a moment. He thought that he had been too nervous to hear her clearly. Yunxiao repeated, It's fine. Leave it to me. You stay back. Yen was shocked. He looked a little dazed as he said, You want to deal with these zombies alone? These things are afraid of fire, Yunxiao said. It just so happens that I've cultivated a fire elemental divine ability that I'm quite proud of. Let's give it a try. Yen hesitated for a moment. All right, don't force yourself. I'll support you. He retreated 30 meters, the treasured saber in his hand shining. He didn't dare to let his guard down. The knife wounds on Bai Zifeng's body gradually healed, and he seemed to have an undying body. He slowly raised his head and suddenly jumped up. With a loud roar, he rushed toward the two of them. The zombies that had appeared out of thin air behind him went berserk as well. All sorts of terrifying sounds came out of their mouths, and they turned into more than 10 beams of light that flashed across the sky. Yan's heart sank as an ominous feeling welled up in his heart. He could not help but tighten his grip on the treasured saber. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Now that he had found the reason for the murder, he had no time to waste on these non-human and non-ghost things. Moreover, he was very curious about this space and wanted to study how to get out. He stretched out his hands and spread them open. There was a breeze on his left hand, and a flame appeared on his right hand. It burned more and more fiercely, and suddenly it was dozens of feet high, like a fierce beast baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, almost about to take shape. Yen was slightly surprised, but he was soon overjoyed. He could feel the terrifying power in the flame. The stronger Yunxiao was, the greater their chances of survival. Bang! Yunxiao made a grabbing motion with his right hand, and the flames dissipated in an instant. Then, he put his palms together, and with a loud bang, a huge firestorm was spun in front of him. The entire sky seemed to be under the power of this wind and fire. Ah, this Xing Luo! Yen was taken aback. The power of the two elements fused together and the pressure increased several times, forcing him to retreat. The zombies were also stunned by the incoming force. Bai Zifeng's eyes, which were stuck to his face, revealed a look of surprise for the first time. Eh? You guys are afraid too? Yunxiao immediately caught Bai Zifeng's expression, and he found it very interesting. Since he's scared, he'll definitely die. Go! He spread out his hands, and the huge firestorm wheels rolled over, crushing everything. Arg! Ah! Under the illumination of the light, the rotting corpses were so disgusting that they looked like they were about to vomit. When they saw the windfire wheels approaching, their faces were filled with fear. However, not a single one of them managed to escape. Bai Zifeng took the lead and roared, punching forward with both fists, creating countless fist shadows. The rest of the zombies unleashed their own techniques as well, filling the sky with green light and bombarding the firestorm wheels. Boom! The firestorm wheels exploded, and the flames and squall blasted in all directions, engulfing all the zombies. Under the raging flames, the faint shadow of a phoenix could be seen lying dormant, and the temperature of the entire sky rose to a terrifying degree. Yan's mouth was wide open in horror. The elemental power that filled the sky made him feel a deep sense of fear. He couldn't help but secretly estimate whether he could withstand this move. The answer made him shudder. Under the extremely high temperature, he felt cold, and the look he gave Yunxiao turned from gratitude to deep fear. The zombies wailed in fear under the flames, but their voices grew weaker and weaker, and eventually died down. After all of them were burned into ashes, they were blown away by the astral winds. The entire sky suddenly became quiet. Young Master Yun's strength is shocking. I was blind. Please forgive me for my previous negligence. Yen immediately became respectful and went forward to apologize. Fortunately, young Master Yun is here today. Otherwise, I'll definitely die here. I won't forget your life-saving grace. You're welcome. Yunxiao chuckled. Since we're in an alliance, you and I are naturally on the same side. Yan's face reddened and he looked a little embarrassed. Young Master Yun is 10 times stronger than me. I dare not mention the alliance again, but if there's anything I can do for you, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. He was speaking the truth. He would only be confident of winning if there were 10 zombies, but he did not expect to be killed by the opponent in one move. He felt that he had underestimated the opponent's strength after thinking about it. Yan could not help but feel shocked. The other party's body did have the origin energy fluctuation of a 7-star martial sovereign. Even when he had attacked just now, there had been no change. How could there be such a huge difference between the two of them in the same 1-star realm? Moreover, he was not an ordinary 7-stars martial emperor. Not only had he been promoted for more than 10 years, but he also had a few trump cards in his hand. He had originally thought that there were very few people in the same rank who could beat him. Even if there were people who could not beat him, it would be very easy to retreat. However, when he recalled the great firestorm wheels, he realized that he had been too naive. Yun Xiao did not seem to hear him, and his face turned serious. After scanning the surroundings with his divine sense, he said in a deep voice, "There is indeed someone controlling this altar in the dark. We have returned." Yen was taken aback. He hurriedly looked around and saw that all the members of the Biming family were present on the main altar. There were also many more cultivators who had entered later. "Young Master Yun, you mean there's someone hiding in the altar?" he asked, surprised and delighted. "It might not be a human," Yun Xiao said. "It might be something else, but it will definitely show its true face. By the way, you said that someone from the Duanmu family will be here as well. Do you know who it is?" "I heard that she's Lord Duanmu Yuyu's younger sister, Duanmu Tsong," Yen hurriedly said. "It's her." Yun Xiao raised an eyebrow as a cold and dignified face appeared in his mind. "Young Master Yun, you know him?" Yen asked, stunned. Yun Xiao smiled and said nothing. "Let's go to the main altar. That thing failed to attack us, so it should not choose us as its targets anymore." The two of them used escape techniques and flew onto the main altar. At this moment, other than the members of the Biming family, there were also many other cultivators scattered around the area. The main altar was extremely large, and the number of people had doubled, but it still seemed very empty. Yun Xiao and Yen chose the highest pillar, stood on it, sat down cross-legged, and began to cultivate. "It's that kid." In the corner of the altar, among the crowd of Biming family members, the arrogant man's eyes turned cold as he recognized Yun Xiao. "I'll go and teach him a lesson." "Forget it. Didn't Lord Yuan Hai just say not to cause trouble?" The other person said. "Look, the companion beside him seems to have changed. Could it be that the initial stage martial sovereign has already died?" The arrogant man's face darkened, and he snorted, "Feng Sure. This lord's actions don't need you to interfere." He sneaked a glance at Yuan Hai, who had his eyes slightly closed. Seeing that the latter did not object, he smiled coldly and walked toward the big pillar where Yun Xiao was with his arms crossed. Feng Shure's expression changed slightly, but seeing that the Dark North Yuan Hai didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. Suddenly, Yuan Hai opened his eyes and shouted, "Jiao Hao, come back!" The arrogant man was stunned. He stopped in the air. "There's an important guest," said the Dark North Primordial Sea. "Don't cause trouble." He raised his head and looked at the void in the sky. He said slowly, "Are you Lord Duanmutsong?" The cultivators on the altar were shocked. They came back to their senses from their cultivation and looked up at the sky. The air rippled and 3 figures appeared. They were the woman and the 2 old men. The woman's face was covered with a thin veil, and her eyes were somewhat cold. She exuded a unique temperament that seemed impossible to see through. She walked down from the sky and said, "Lord Yuan Hai, sorry for the long wait." The 2 old men behind her also followed her step by step. Dark North Yuan Hai smiled. "To be able to welcome Lord Song's arrival, it's worth it no matter how long I wait. I don't know who these 2 friends are, but from their looks, they both have extraordinary auras. I hope Darren can introduce them." Yun Xiao looked over. Although the woman's face was covered, he could tell at a glance that it was Duan Mutsong. As for the other two old men, he recognized the ruddy-faced old man in the white robe. He was a formation master of his generation. As for the other person, he was completely unrecognizable. He had a dirty face, but he had an arrogant expression, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes, as if he was the only one. All the ancient martial art practitioners on the altar focused their attention on Duan Mutsong, wanting to see this legendary extraordinary lady. From time to time, there were people flying over from the other altars. Most of the people in the entire area had basically gathered here. Duan Mutsong pointed at the white-robed old man and said, "This lord is the leader of his generation in the Tao of Formations. He's the famous Taishu Xieting." "What? It's actually him." Everyone was taken aback. They shifted their gazes away from Duan Mutsong and studied the white-robed old man. Taishu Xieting looked like a gentle, humble, and kind old man. At first glance, he gave people a good impression. Coupled with his identity, he immediately made people respect him. It was 2 o'clock again. The Dark North Primordial Sea was both surprised and delighted as he hurriedly said, "So it's Lord Xieting. It's an honor to meet you." He was shocked that Duan Mutsong had come prepared and even invited an array master to come out of the mountain. He was happy that, with more strength, the success rate would be higher. "Lord Yuanhai is too polite," Xieting said. "Humph." A soft, cold snort sounded. Although it was as soft as a mosquito, everyone present was an expert and heard it clearly. It was the old man with a dirty face and a dark glow. He looked unruly and seemed to be dissatisfied with Duan Mutsong's introduction of Taishu Xieting. "This is an expert from the hidden Mu family, the puppet master Mu Jie." Duan Mutsong smiled. The dark-faced elder raised his head slightly, his eyes flashing with a sharp light as if he was above everyone else. Yun Xiao was taken aback, and his brows furrowed. He did not expect it to be a member of the Mu family. He couldn't help but guess the reason why Duan Mutsong invited the Mu family over. However, no matter what Duan Mutsong's intentions were, the Mu clan's ordinary appearance on the continent seemed to indicate that they were unwilling to be left out. The great puppeteer? There are big and small puppet masters. So it's a hidden family, no wonder I've never heard of it. So it's a reclusive family. No wonder their expressions are different from ordinary people. They must have become stupid after being reclusive for a long time. Puppets are just auxiliary tools, and they're actually being used as main tools. Will such a sect have a future? No wonder he went into seclusion. The crowd's disdainful comments rang out, causing Mu Jie's originally dark face to almost turn charcoal black, and her eyes were spewing fire. "All of you, shut up! Die!" Mu Jie roared, and a powerful aura spread across the altar, deafening even the deaf. Only then did everyone's expression change, and they all fell silent. Not to mention this person's puppet skills. Just the power of his vital qi was enough to intimidate any rascal. Yun Xiao's expression was calm. He knew a lot about the Mu family, and he knew that the strength of this sect was actually very terrifying, not at all inferior to the 7 superpowers. The Dark North Primordial Sea naturally knew of the Mu family's name and was even more bewildered. He didn't know why Duan Mutsong would invite the Mu family over. However, he suppressed all the doubts in his heart and forced a smile on his face. He revealed a look of joy and quickly said, "So it's the great puppeteer of the Mu clan." Although the Mu clan has always been aloof from worldly affairs and secluded from the world, their reputation has not diminished. They are still admirable. When Mu Jie heard this, her expression slightly improved. She nodded and said, "You're a smart person." The Dark North Primordial Sea was stunned and said, "Someone who understands? What do you mean by that?" "You know the Mu family's reputation and power," Mu Jie said. Dark lines appeared on Yuan Hai's face, thinking that this person must be crazy. He actually took a few polite words seriously. "If it wasn't for the fact that the situation was complicated and you dared to act tough in front of my Baiming family, I would have sent you flying with a slap." Duan Mutsong also shook his head with a bitter smile. It was as if he had not expected the Mu family to be so foolish. He changed the topic and said, "Did Lord Yuanhai notice anything strange about this place?" "Not yet," said the Dark North Primordial Sea seriously. "A total of 9 people have died since I entered, leaving no traces at all. Adding on the number of people from before, there should be several tens of them. This place is not simple indeed. Lord Xieting, can you see anything?" Duanmu Tsang said. "When I was looking down at these altars from above," Taishu Xieting said slowly, "they seem to be arranged according to the star map, but it's not a complete star map." "Star map?" The Dark North Primordial Sea was stunned and immediately said, "Lord Xieting, you mean this altar is broken? But I, Feng Yuan, have checked all of them and didn't find any signs of damage." "That's what I don't understand," Xieting said. "Judging from the abilities of the person who arranged this star map, he would never have made such a mistake." He opened his hand and a black stone appeared in his palm. A golden seal was sent into it. The stone glowed with a bright light that shot into the sky. Fluorescent spots appeared and formed a star chart. Everyone looked up, as if they were under the starry night. Taishu Xieting pointed in a direction and said, "These are the 3 small galaxies of the Black Tortoise Galaxy, Ox, Nu and Su, and they are not complete." The place he was pointing at suddenly brightened up, and the illusory images of the bull, female, and void star areas appeared. They were like bulls, bats, and mice, and their shapes were very realistic. At the border of the 3-star areas, hundreds of stars suddenly brightened up, which was just right for the layout of the altar. "I see!" Many people exclaimed in surprise as they looked at the vast starry sky. They felt a sense of mystery and couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the battle mage. Taishu Xieting said, "Although the star map of this altar is in disorder, it can't borrow the power of the stars. It's just that its power is much weaker." This old man's guess is that perhaps the original intention of this game was to only require a little star power, and any more would instead be harmful, so this chaotic star game was set up. Duanmu Tsang's eyes flashed. Lord Xieting's analysis is very reasonable. From the current situation, it should be the case. I wonder what the purpose of these altars is. These 4 sides are the eternal light wall. This structure should be used to store life force and power. I'm afraid there's something extremely powerful in these altars, Wuxia said. It really is the eternal light wall? This old man didn't dare to confirm it at first, but now that Lord Mu Yu has said it, it's confirmed. Taishu Xieting was amazed by the arrangement of this place. I'm afraid that only my Mu family knows the refining method of the eternal brightness wall in this world. Therefore, I can tell at a glance that these walls are of the highest quality. The success rate is extremely low, Mu Jie said proudly. Taishu Xieting's expression changed, and he said, "The MU family actually has the method to refine the eternal brightness wall? I'm willing to exchange it with a treasure. I wonder if you're willing. I can't make the decision, but I'll pass on Lord Xieting's message." Mu Jie stroked her beard and smiled. Xieting cupped his fists and said, "I'll have to trouble you then. Although I'm not as rich as those alchemists, I still have some precious treasures in my hands. I won't let your sect down." "Hee, you're too kind." Mu Jie's face was filled with pride. Seeing that they had digressed, the Dark North Primordial Sea hurriedly said, "Just now, the 2 lords said that there was a powerful living creature in the altar. What should we do now?" "It's simple. Just blow up an altar and you'll understand," Mu Jie said. "You can't." Duanmu Tsang was the first to object. "This area is very important. We can't rashly destroy it. When the opportunity comes, we will consider opening the altar if there are no more clues." "Lord Yuanhai," Xieting said, "it's been a while since you discovered this altar. Haven't you tried to destroy one?" "Sigh." The Dark North Yuanhai sighed. "Actually, I did do it before, but those people have all gone missing. No one knows the specific situation." Everyone's expression changed slightly, only feeling a kind of chilly feeling. "Lord Song, there's still 110 hours to midnight. Will something really happen?" His face was filled with suspicion. The rest of the cultivators were also in disbelief. Although the Duanmu family's divination was famous, Not many people had actually seen it. Yes, I think so. Midnight is when the power of the starry sky is at its strongest. Combined with the arrangement of this altar, it can be confirmed that there is no mistake. I'll look around first. Maybe I'll find something, Duan Mutsong said. All right, Dark North Yuan Hai said. But Lord Song, be careful. Duan Mutsong nodded and turned into a ray of light, flying into the distance. Xia Ting, on the other hand, flew up into the sky and continued to look down from above, hoping to find something. Mu Jie snorted lightly, then turned her eyes and flew to a huge jade pillar. She sat down cross-legged right opposite Yunxiao's pillar. At this moment, many martial artists flew in from the outside one after another, and it began to become a little noisy. Yunxiao's divine sense covered the entire area, but he did not find anything unusual, and no one had disappeared. It seemed that after the previous battle, the entire area had returned to normal. Kid, what's your name? Suddenly, a deep voice was heard. Yunxiao turned around. Mu Jie, who was sitting on the jade pillar opposite him, had opened her eyes and was staring at him with a strange look. You're a country bumpkin, Yunxiao said with a smile. Your name is not worth mentioning. Humph, you're very special. There are many people who want to catch my attention. I look down on them, but I look up to you. Mu Jie snorted coldly. Yunxiao felt the eyes on him from all directions, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. But he also knew that the Mu family had a very high opinion of themselves, and it was not easy for them to look up to them. I'm flattered. What did I do to deserve your respect? The strange look in Mu Jie's eyes became even more intense, and a layer of gray appeared on her pupils. I've cultivated a kind of magical power called the wondrous spiritual eyes. Can roughly gauge a person's strength, and I can tell that you're very strong. Yen was instantly shocked. His view of Mu Jie seemed to have changed. This haughty old man indeed had sharp eyes. Yunxiao was also taken aback. How did Darren see through it? He no longer dared to underestimate the Mu family's strength. Mu Jie smiled, and the gray color in her eyes dissipated, shooting out bits of light. To measure a person's strength, there are no other things than cultivation, divine sense, physical body, profound level weapons, and divine powers. Under my wondrous spiritual eyes, the 5 colors will appear. Yunxiao's face darkened, and his heart was filled with shock. If there is really a spirit eye technique that can see the 5 features of a person, how heaven-defying would that be? Wouldn't I be able to see everything in front of the other party at a glance? Mu Jie's eyes narrowed slightly, and the light in them was reserved. She seemed to be in deep thought as she said, 3 of them are golden. They're the cultivation base, physical body, and divine consciousness. All 3 of them have reached the level of a high-level martial supreme. What's even more shocking to me is that your profound level weapon and light of magical ability are the purple cheese soaring light that I've never seen before. What's going on? Mu Jie's pupils constricted, and her eyes shot toward Yunxiao like lightning.